Cindy and Sarah, were y'all able to connect on audio?
I am through my phone.
Okay, I got you. Good.
I know, Beth, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Good deal. I was just checking. Thank you. And Cindy, what you'll want to do, since you've got your computer and your phone on, you'll want to turn the volume down on your computer and listen to your phone. Otherwise, we'll get a big echo on
Okay.
just the volume on that laptop.
Is that better?
No, I still hear a little bit of an echo. I think.
Okay, hang on just 1 second.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hello.
Okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Cindy, you might want to go ahead and mute your phone, however, because we can hear all the background noise.
Okay.
Thanks. And then just for the rest of us, I just got a text from Randy. He said he's having technical issues. So we'll give him a couple minutes.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Sorry, folks. We had some. I had some folks using my computer over the weekend, and I started logging in at about 8:59, and found I had to download Zoom again, and then it wanted a registration and all kinds of things. So 2 minutes. That wasn't too bad. So, so we're here on October 6th. 2020 for our BOCC meeting. And the first order of the day is public comment. Do we have any public comment? Hearing and seeing none, we can move to our first item of the day, which is a work session to discuss the Family First program. I think we have Cindy on board.
Yes, I'm here, and so is Sarah Casano.
Well, if you'd like, you can take it away.
Okay. Commissioners, I wanted to begin just with a couple of comments for you this morning. I don't know whether you've heard about the Department of Human Services budget concerns. There is about a $13.5 million shortfall in the child welfare line items, and the state has been working with the counties to try to figure out how to eliminate the need for a 4.75% cut across the board to all 64 counties through the child welfare budget. And the counties have responded no. Evidently, there was, prior to 2006, and the 4E waiver, Trails was incorrectly programmed to count certain out-of-home placements. There were some individuals at the state that knew about the problem, but did nothing to resolve the situation. So today, the placements through the 4E waiver have come into question since they were counted as long-term and out of home, and they were actually kinship placements. So the feds know, however, the state is not going to be fully funded through 4E, and this $13.5 million shortfall exists within the child welfare federal funds. So what the state is proposing is to take the shortfall from the TANF block grant and apply that to the child welfare dollars and make everyone whole that way. The first plan was to just withhold those dollars from the child welfare allocation, and that again we had said no to that. So in the past, TANF funds have been used to fill holes in programs like child welfare. Some of the counties are very upset about that because they rely on under expenditures in TANF to help solve over expenditures in child welfare. So we are waiting to hear from the state to see how that is going to all work out. Clear Creek County has in the past had to use TANF dollars to make child welfare whole. However, for the past 5 or 6 years, we've kept a pretty healthy reserve in TANF. I think our reserve right now is about $86,000 that would help us should we need to bail out TANF. We have those monies available. The other thing that I wanted to say, and we were going to give an update on the Family First, and that's why Sarah is here, obviously. We talked about risk last week when we were all together, and how do we mitigate risk. And when we're talking about children in the child welfare portion of the work that we do. And so you asked for a bit of an update, and I wanted to let you know that the Colorado 4E and prevention plans have been completed and reviewed by multiple stakeholders involved in the design and the implementation of Family First. And this is now coming from Michelle Barnes, who is, as you know, the executive director. She's saying, in light of the new financial projections and federal guidance, the Department of Human Services has decided to revisit the state's opt-in strategy. She said they want to keep the spirit and importance of this legislation in the forefront, and that the state believes the strategy should always prioritize the well-being of children, youth, and families in Colorado. Further, she said that delaying her opt-in date, or the state's opt-in date, means changing the date Colorado plans to stop drawing down federal funds under the traditional reimbursement model and begin using Family First reimbursement model. And she said it does not slow down the state's ongoing progress to implement the practices and principles of Family First. Long before Family First passed, the legislation passed, Colorado was practicing many of the strategies and best practices that the federal law now incentivizes. She said that the decision to delay ongoing and opting in provides more time to develop prevention infrastructure in communities across the state. The additional capacity building will ensure that when Colorado is prepared to opt in, the state will be better positioned to leverage new federal funding, streams and provide high quality responsive services that our families need and deserve. So while the new Family First funding structure would certainly allow access to new federal prevention funds, the current estimates of these funds indicate that they would not sufficiently offset the state's loss. And so in light of the potential fiscal impact, this loss could compound the state's financial stress and jeopardize our ability to appropriately serve children, youth, and families. The Department of Human Services will continue to work on implementing systems and services that are truly responsive to the needs of kids and families. And the state is looking forward to learning and finding more effective partnerships. So I'm not sure what that means as far as we're just not moving forward at this point in time, but it doesn't really mean that we're changing practice and practice models. And one of the issues we talked about last week was, as I said, managing risk. And what does that mean as far as out-of-home placement is concerned? Because out-of-home placement was one of the factors that is driving Family First, and how we have been delivering services through the Department of Human Services over the years, and now have changed that focus somewhat. And so I asked Sarah to come and to talk a little bit about risk and talk about what that looks like when we are looking at families, one family at a time. And I wanted her to be able to share that information with you as well. Sarah?
Okay, sorry, it just took me a second to figure out my mute button. So is that where you guys would like me to start? Just talking a little bit about risk and safety?
I think so. The context would be helpful for me. George, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, and Cindy and I talked the other day, Sean and Randy, about, I've been asking a lot of questions about Family First, and I think that we need to do a dive into what the data says about the last 5 or 10 years of our actions in child protective services. And so I think the intent today is just for us to learn a bit about human services and child protective services, and sort of just how the system works, like from this department receiving a phone call, what kinds of decisions they make, what kinds of risk factors they evaluate. And then I think towards the end of it, I'm hoping we can still have some time to sort of discuss as a board how we want to move this conversation forward.
Yeah, and I think that where Sarah talked about starting here and explaining risk and how they mitigate risk is a really great place to start. So yeah, take it away, please.
Maybe just thinking about what George said, I'll start with kind of the referral process, because in that we'll get to when we start evaluating risk and safety issues in that referral and in the assessment. So how it typically starts is we'll get a call from a reporting party, and they'll either call in to the state hotline, and then the hotline will notify us, or sometimes a reporting party will call me directly or call one of the caseworkers directly to make a report. Sometimes law enforcement will just email us a copy of a police report, and then we'll put it in our system that way. So those are typically the ways that we'll get a report of abuse or neglect. And then our team right away will send out an invitation to participate in what's called a red team, where we all get together, myself and the 3 caseworkers, and we go through this framework, and it's a research-based framework to help us make a decision on whether or not the referral meets criteria to open it for an assessment. So when we're looking at doing that red team, the caseworker who's assigned to the referral will run background checks through our state child welfare database to see what the history is for the family. The caseworker will run like a cohort search to see what contact with law enforcement has looked like, if there's any criminal cases for any of the caregivers in the home or any adults that we know of in the home. And then we'll also just look at child vulnerability, and the caseworker prior to the red team can reach out to different collateral to see if there's different information or additional information we might need to know about the child or the family to help us make the best decision in that red team about whether or not we need to open this for an assessment. So we'll do the red team, we'll do a red team typically the day the call comes in, and then we'll make a decision about whether or not we need to open it for an assessment if it meets criteria. And that's something that we take really seriously in balancing out, does it meet criteria? And if not, really thinking about what's the impact of our department opening this and going out and interviewing kids and talking to family members if it doesn't meet criteria, and really trying to think about how we could be impacting families negatively if it doesn't meet criteria. So we're really careful, even from the beginning, about making that decision to open or to screen out. And if we decide to screen out a referral, we can still call our prevention worker who's based out of Carlson Elementary School and ask her to make contact with the family just to refer them to services in the community if they need food stamps or maybe WIC, just to make sure that people in the community know about services. And then they don't have to have contact with the caseworker. It's just through prevention. We also have a psychologist, Dr. Gillingham, who can do prevention work with families that don't meet criteria to have an open child welfare case. So we can have our prevention worker contact a family that didn't meet criteria for an open assessment, but maybe they could use some additional support. The prevention worker can call the family, offer that service, and they can have an open prevention case through child welfare where they're meeting with Dr. Gillingham and doing even in-home services, but they don't have an open assessment or an open child welfare case, just a prevention case. So that's kind of the path if the referral is screened out. If we screen it in because it meets criteria for concerns for abuse or neglect, then we assign it a response time. So we look at the allegations, we look at child vulnerability, and we decide, is this a 3-day, is this a 5-day response? If the call comes in and the caseworker and I talk about it and say, no, this is an immediate response, we don't red team it, the caseworker goes out on the call immediately. Legally, we have 8 hours to make contact with the family or to try to make contact with the child. But if we've decided it's an immediate, the caseworker's literally immediately going out on the call. I don't know how detailed you guys want me to get about how we assign a 3-day or a 5-day. So maybe if you have questions about that, I can always come back to it.
I think that just to continue your narrative is helpful.
Okay.
It's informative for me.
Okay. So when we're assigning those assessments, we can either put it on 2 different tracks, a high risk track or a FAR, family assessment response track. A high risk assessment is typically we can't assign anything to a family assessment response. That's a sex abuse allegation, a fatality, a near fatality, or an institutional abuse allegation. Those all have to go through a high risk assessment process. Anything else we can assign through it's called a FAR, or a family assessment response. We have the ability to assign anything high risk that we feel we need to, but those ones that I mentioned, the fatality, the sex abuse, institutional abuse, we have to do through a high risk. Really, the biggest difference between the two is that as a high risk, we have to interview children outside of the presence of the caregivers. And in the FAR, we call families. We're really from the onset trying to partner with families. So we're scheduling meetings with the family. We're telling them immediately about the referral, about our concerns, and when can we schedule to meet with you and with your kids here's our response time though. We have to meet within 3 days or 5 days, and we're scheduling with them and going to the home, or they can come to our office, and interviewing kids with parents in the room. And we still, even on that track, have the ability to say, we're doing it through this far, but we still have concerns, and so we're going to interview the children outside the presence of the caregiver, but we don't have to if we've assigned it through that far track. Right after that interview with the victim, we're supposed to do that safety assessment. So we're doing those with families. We're hopefully doing those with the families and with the caregivers. Sometimes we're not able to make contact with caregivers, so we have to do it with the information we have. But we're doing those safety assessments, hopefully in the room with the parents, and kind of going through just this tool, the safety assessment tool that's again research-based, talking to parents about what's the impact of substance abuse if the allegation is that the parents are using substances. We're looking at the healthcare needs of the children, the protective capacity of both of the caregivers or just one of the caregivers if there's only one in the home. We're looking at domestic violence in the home, the impact that may have had on the children in the home, the physical living condition of the home, and if that's causing any safety concerns for the kids in the home. Supervision, I think I already said. What are some other things? If there's been an injury to one of the children in the home, the parent's response to that injury, their willingness to be protective if there's an allegation of sex abuse in the home. I think those are kind of the big kind of safety concerns that we're looking at, and whether or not if we do have concerns about one of those things in the home, one of those safety concerns, then we're talking to the family about how can we mitigate for those safety concerns. Can we safety plan? Can we put something in place so the kids can stay in the home safely? So I know that there were some questions about removals, and this is where we would be looking at a removal. So I'm happy to kind of talk about that now or come back to it and go through our risk assessment.
I've got a couple questions that came up from what you described. I just learned a lot. You mentioned them talking to Dr. Gillingham or not talking to Dr. Gillingham. Can you describe who that individual is and what that service was that you were referring to?
Yeah, so she is our one of our treatment providers that's salaried and on staff. We've been unable to get JCMH to provide in-home services to our families. And that's just been a barrier for so many of our families in getting to treatment or consistently participating in treatment. So we made the decision to hire Dr. Gillingham. I think it's been 2 years now. And she's a trauma-based, trauma-informed treatment provider. She worked for the county, I want to say 16 years ago, and she worked for us for maybe 5 years, and then she left and worked for a community center, like a JCMH, but in a different county, and then came back to us 2 years ago to do this intensive in-home work with our families. So
this is not, since this is about 2 years ago that this condition was perceived, this is not like COVID related, unwilling to go in or unable to go in. This is what we were experiencing for over a year before COVID.
It was, and we would contract with different agencies who would be willing to come up to our county and provide in-home, but we were paying so much, not just for their time, but then their travel time, and just finding somebody who would consistently travel from the metro area up to Clear Creek and provide those in-home services is really difficult. And GCMH, it was just something that they've never been willing to do for us.
What about other service providers? And I'm not trying to really belabor this point. I was mostly just curious what that service was, but I'm alarmed to hear we have to hire in-house because there's just nobody. Or is it that there wasn't anybody providing the type of service that we prefer?
So there wasn't anyone specifically with GCMH that would going home. So we were either contracting with people on a case-by-case basis, but that was getting really difficult to consistently find somebody willing to come up. So it's been great having Dr. Gillingham, because she, if it's a good fit between her and the families, then she's just been great. And not only working with the families that we have like an open child welfare case, but then doing this prevention work, it's just been huge.
Isn't part of the issue when you talk about the difficulty, the criticality of timeliness of response and provision of the service in a way that's really helpful?
That's definitely been a piece of it. Yeah.
So in needing somebody, it has to be it's something that you need to have when you need it. And it's not something that does well to wait long. And so you need to have someone who can respond in a reasonable period to be able to mitigate and help.
Absolutely. Especially if we're looking at prevention, these families are at risk for experiencing child abuse and neglect. They don't have a month to wait to even get in to do an intake, and then however long it takes after that to be paired with a provider. So Dr. Gillingham, as soon as we make that referral, she can meet with a family as soon as they're able to meet. If they can meet that day, then she can go that day and meet with them.
I think that has been critical as far as we're concerned. We struggled with finding someone who can deal with crisis intervention, and that doesn't mean tomorrow. It doesn't mean in 3 days. And it was better, easier, and it has worked out to the benefit of our families to have this person on staff, and she is responsive to us, to our families, and her office is close by. She's in just outside of Evergreen, and this has been a very good situation for the county and for the families since we hired Dr. Gillingham.
Because you've been able to be more effective in providing the service when you need it right now.
And her specialty is crisis intervention, and that is what all of this is about when you are trying to take care of a family and children immediately. And so she's been wonderful, and we've had good response from our families as well. And so this was a bonus for us to be able to hire her and have her part of our team. Sorry, Sarah.
No, thank you, Cindy. So I can jump.
Yeah, I was just going to say that was kind of the end, I think, of the questions that came up during that last piece.
So I can jump into kind of where we go if we can't mitigate risk with a family, or I'm happy to talk more about what safety plans with families sometimes look like, or I can jump back over to risk.
Continuing what happens when you're unable to mitigate risk, what gets us to the heart of the matter of today's discussion, doesn't it?
So are you talking about mitigating safety, or do you want me to jump over to risk really quick? Maybe I'll just talk about I'll just finish with the safety piece. Yeah, that's probably better. Okay. So I would say that our department is really good about being creative with families around safety concerns and mitigating for those safety concerns. And what we tell our parents is we can safety plan around almost anything if we really know what the issues are. So if a parent is struggling with drug addiction, and it's something like heroin and methamphetamine that they're using together in combination, then we talk about, is there a family member that you and the children can live with while we work on sobriety? Is there somebody that's sober that can move in with you while we work on sobriety? Like, what can we do to make sure that the kids are supervised by a sober caregiver, but also get to stay with you and be at home with you? So that's just like one example of how we can mitigate for safety. But sometimes we just can't get there with our families. So we do have to look at a removal. So there's a couple different ways that can happen. If law enforcement's involved, they can certainly make that decision to remove, that they can't leave a child in the home. Typically that when law enforcement's taking custody, that happens prior to us even getting involved. So they'll call us and tell us, we've taken custody of this child. You need to come pick them up. So that's if law enforcement's taking custody, that's typically how that looks. If it's the department, we will call our county attorney while we're on scene and have a conversation with them. And then they will get the judge on the phone. And we either do just a quick offer of proof. I mean, it's not quick, but we do an offer of proof with the judge, or just give testimony by phone and then get verbal orders for the removal. Are there any questions about that removal process?
This is the temporary removal at this point, right? And then you're still providing services to the family.
Absolutely. I mean, we're providing services from the start of a case all the way through the end of our involvement with the family. And if there's a removal, absolutely, it's an emergency removal. It's temporary. We have to get in front of a judge within 72 hours to have a shelter hearing where the judge hears more information. Parents are assigned or appointed an attorney even before that shelter hearing, even before they fill out the paperwork to see if they qualify for an attorney. They're appointed an attorney. A guardian ad litem for the children is appointed even before that first 72-hour shelter hearing. So all of these parties are coming to that first hearing to make sure that parents' rights are being respected and parents are being heard in that first shelter hearing. There's a lot of judicial oversight.
And so that 72 hours means that it's only enforceable for 72 hours unless you've covered all those bases, gotten in front of a judge, appointed a guardian ad litem, et cetera. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah. So when we're looking at a removal too, the first places we look for kids are always with kinship providers, even if it's just a psychological kinship provider. So maybe there's somebody in the community who the family has spent a lot of time with, who the child knows really well. So even if it's not a biological family member, we look at psychological kin as well. So that's the first place we go when we're looking for out-of-home placement. And if we can't find kinship providers, including those psychological kin, then we're looking to place in a licensed foster home with a family that the child, doesn't know. So when we're looking at our placement providers, right now we have three kinship providers. One kinship provider is in the process of being licensed. We have one licensed foster home that's licensed through our county. And then we have two families that are just in the process of being licensed. They live in Clear Creek County and they're interested in being foster parents, licensed foster parents. So maybe I'll jump over if there aren't any questions, just to what our risk assessment looks like. Does anyone have any questions? No.
Yeah, I do. At this point, prevention services, how do prevention services fit in? Is that something that happens while a case is open, or is that something that we do before problems are detected?
So it can be both. So we can have just a prevention case without having a child welfare case. So there's not a caseworker assigned. There aren't any safety concerns. So we don't need to have an open child welfare case, but the family maybe is struggling with some different things. And so we can put prevention services in place through that prevention case, or we have a child welfare case because there are some safety concerns. But it doesn't always mean that there's a removal. We can have an open child welfare case. We can even have an open court case with the family, and the children can be at home with their parents while we're providing services. So we're providing those prevention services throughout the life of the case. Even if we've had a removal and now the children return home, we continue to have an open case with those families, almost, I would say for a minimum typically of about 6 months, just to make sure that they continue on the path of being healthy and providing, and we can provide those services to prevent another out-of-home placement or any other risk to abuse and neglect. Does that, I don't know, George, did that answer your question? Yeah,
I think so. And so prevention services are aimed at people who we've had contact with. It's not, I was wondering in my head, maybe there was the possibility that prevention services were something that we sort of just offered in the community, but they're services that are part of after contact.
No, it doesn't have to be. You're right. It can be even with families that we haven't had contact with. So, you know, for example, if we got a call and maybe a family was struggling with an older youth, and so it was more like a youth in conflict, not necessarily child protection. And so they called our department, just the family themselves, and said, hey, we need some help. We can't access services on our own. We don't have, maybe they don't have insurance that covers mental health, or they can't wait to get into GCMH, or there's not a GCMH provider that's able to meet with them. Then we can put prevention services in place for that family.
Okay, thanks.
We just have to know about them. We just have to know that they need it. So maybe I'll jump over to risk really quick. So sometimes I think risk and safety get a little bit jumbled up together. And so we try to really, in our minds, keep them separate when we're out meeting with families, because risk is something that is more, it doesn't really change over time. So if a family is high risk when we first meet with them, they most likely will always meet criteria to be a high risk family. So things that increase risk are having a history with the child welfare system. So we're looking at how many referrals has this family had? How many open assessments has this family had? Have they had an open child welfare case before? And this is, again, a research-based tool. So we know that it's a valid tool in assessing for a family's risk. We look at the characteristics of the children in the household. So are they under 6 years old? Is there a nonverbal child in the home? Are there developmental disabilities with the children in the home, with any of the children? Mental health issues with any of the children in the home? All of that will increase risk. The age of the youngest child in the home increases risk. If the primary caregiver has a history of abuse or neglect as a child, if the primary caregiver was placed in child protective services when they were younger, if the primary caregiver has a substance abuse problem, if the primary caregiver is under the age of 25, we know it increases risk. If there's a history of mental health treatment for the primary caregiver, or homelessness, recent domestic violence. So some of these things just won't change over time. So obviously the age of the youngest child or age of the primary caregiver can change, but some of those risk factors are just what they are, and they won't change for a family. So it's, like I said, it's pretty common for, if a family is high risk on this assessment tool, they'll always be at risk, at a higher risk to experience abuse and neglect. Does that make sense, or does anyone have any questions about that tool?
I don't. I wonder, looking at the time that we have left, and knowing that we could probably spend another one of these just kind of finishing this narrative of this process, which is something that I'm interested in. Randy, Sean?
I think this is a very deep and huge subject, and I think the context, I think you're doing an excellent job of laying out the context so that we can understand the challenges, the needs, the challenges in terms of the work to be done and the challenges in terms of the acquisition of the resources that you need to help get them done. And I think continuing to understand that terrain, that context, that picture will be important. And I don't think we'll reach a point in the next 6 minutes, certainly, to move forward with plans to do something in action. But I think to make a plan would be helpful, and to set another meeting in the very near future, another session to continue this process and get to where we can really sink our teeth into the meat of the problem and what solutions we can find to help you with your effectiveness would be great.
Yeah, so I did take up a lot of time. Sorry about that, but there is a lot to it. So
I don't think you took too much time. I mean, this is just something that is complicated and kind of foreign. And I think building context so that we can understand, my intent is to try to understand two things related to Child Protective Services and Family First. One is, what are the new tools we have access to and the new policy decisions that we are able to make enabled by Family First? And then what are the impacts on our budget? Like how are the new incentives? What's our risk exposure associated with the change to Title IV waivers? And so I sent an email to Cindy a while back, just asking for a research project, going back, a sufficient length of time to give us a good amount of data, and also make sure that we can sufficiently anonymize all these cases. So I'm thinking 5 or 10 years, if we could go back and see how many cases we've had, what the outcomes were. Was the child removed? Was the child able to stay in the home? If they were removed, what type of placement did they end up in? What that cost us and what that would cost us under the new 4E waiver process. So that's kind of where I want us to get to, but I think we might need another one of these first. And I also just want to take a moment to make sure that Randy and Sean are interested in that as well.
Well, first of all, I didn't find anything boring here. I thought it's complex, but the job that has to be done is pretty important. And I think learning enough to be able to understand that process is helpful for all three of us. Because before we get into what kind of policies we can impact that will help our budget, I want to make sure that whatever we do with those policies and budget, ensure that the things that we need are actually still effective. Effectiveness is number one, obviously within the budget constraints that we will have, but what policies we can put in place that can help us be as effective as possible within the budget that we can afford is most important. A service provided without effectiveness is obviously not success. And I think and I'm not saying that anything you're describing to us is telling us about anything you're doing wrong so far. It's helping us understand your world. And I'd like to continue for us to try to understand that world so that we can make wise policy decisions in the future. So that was a really long-winded way of saying what George already said, which was continuing this session to understand your world will be I think the most helpful thing we can do at this, and then we can dive into those policy recommendations and ideas.
I just had two really quick things to add. One is I am encouraged to hear that we have a foster family in the county and we have several others in the works. I know that was something that members of our community were alarmed to hear last time we talked about this, that there were at the time 0 foster families in Clear Creek County. And the other thing for another day, I know the work that you do is very challenging. It has a lot of privacy issues and protecting the children. I'm curious to hear how we hold ourselves accountable and how we continue to get better operating in that really challenging environment. As commissioners, we hear complaints about a variety of different things, and my policy is always to gather all the facts before I form any sort of views on my own. But this is an area that we've heard a few things in the past as well. And I have no idea whether there's any merit to them, and that's not why I bring it up. I bring it up just because I'm curious to hear what kind of processes we have, like I said, to make sure that if we are doing anything that requires improvement, that we know about it and we can continue to get better at this.
I can quick just talk about oversight if, do we have time for me to do that? Okay.
Sure.
So of course, if there's court involvement, if we filed a dependency and neglect, then there's a lot of judicial oversight and we're in front of the judge. We ask for court hearings to take place at least every 30 to 60 days. We're not required to be in court except for every, I think, 6 months, but our cases are in front of the judge frequently. So we're staffing our cases with everybody, with our families, with our treatment providers, with all of the attorneys monthly, a minimum of monthly, and then in front of the judge monthly. But also the state has an administrative review division, and they're reviewing our out-of-home placement cases every 6 months to make sure that families, not just the children, but the parents, that everyone's getting what they need to get to be successful. And parents participate in those reviews. So they have a voice in that process and in those reviews to make sure, hey, I need this service and I'm not getting it. Or the department did this and we don't think this should have happened. Or my child needs this and it's not being provided. So we have those every 6 months if a child's in out-of-home placement. But there's also that review division looks at our screen out decisions in assessments, our screen in decisions. They look at the process of our assessments and make sure that we're accurately assessing for safety and for risk and that we're documenting it accurately. They review our voluntary cases in the state database. So everything is the state has a lot of oversight in just looking at our cases and our process and making sure that we're providing everything that families need, but that also we're documenting the work that needs to be done and that we're doing the work that needs to be done. Cindy, I think maybe you took yourself off mute. I wasn't sure if there was something else you wanted to add to that.
I just, also, commissioners, you always have the ability to ask. If you've heard something that is disturbing to you or you would like to have a bit more information, you can call us and ask us. We certainly are not in this venue, unless we were in executive session, would we be able to talk about some of those issues. But this department does an excellent job. That's why we've been recognized for the past 2 years by the state for the excellence we've provided in child protection, as well as the services that are available at the Resource Center. But you can always call and ask if you have a question or you're troubled about something that you've heard. We're here to help you understand whatever that might be.
Yeah, and just to give you a little bit of comfort, the ones that I'm referring to, you're very well aware of because you saw them as well. And yeah, the last thing I'll say about it, and maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but it seems like in these type of domestic situations, there's potential to kind of weaponize this process, between spouses or something like that. And I was just kind of interested to hear about how we, strike the right balance and make sure that everybody's rights are protected.
Of course.
I think it, I don't know if it goes without saying, but I think that we're kind of running out of time. Let me just say that, George, I'd like to thank you for pushing to have this brought in front of us to talk about. And Sarah, I think you've done an excellent explanation so far, and I'd like for us to schedule at our earliest convenience, a couple weeks, our next full meeting or whatever fits best, continuation of this. So if you can make a mark in your notes to bring to us, where you left off and where you think it's best, will give us the best understanding. Then I'd certainly like to move on with this as soon as possible. I think you did an excellent job today, Sarah, and especially, and Cindy also, in starting to lay out your world for us and what you deal with. And of course, we all share, I certainly share what Sean said as a priority. But I have a good deal of confidence that you share that priority as well.
This is Keith. Sarah and Cindy, you've heard me say this before. I totally agree with Randy and the board. Excellent job, Sarah. Good presentation. I think there's been some discussion and some additional requests that we could come back with another work session. I know George and the rest of the board was interested in data and kind of what the numbers look like. The other thing I'll just say real quick is how much we all appreciate what you and your team do. It's a thankless job, and I'm so thankful that we have you and your team here in Clear Creek County. You guys are on call 24/7. You're dealing with a lot of very, very emotional issues. I know the stress level can get high at times, and you all do a great job of dealing with those issues. And I also appreciated your discussion about the red team getting together to discuss, the different cases and applying the criteria. I've had the opportunity to sit in on a red team discussion. I think it was a mock discussion, so it wasn't any real case, but I was so impressed with the way that the caseworkers handle themselves and evaluate the various situations that come up. So I guess in closing, thank you. Thanks so much for what you do. And we will schedule another work session and look forward to hearing more relative to the numbers and the data. And if there's anything that we can do as a board or myself as county manager relative to the state, it sounds as though that there's always a lot of discussion at the state level. If there's any kind of communication or lobbying that could occur at the state level, let us know. The board of county commissioners, they're pretty good lobbyists. They know a lot of people at the state, on the legislature and others, and they do a good job of getting the word out for Clear Creek County.
Thanks, Keith. I appreciate you saying that.
So with that, I think we've concluded this session for today. Thanks again, George, for bringing and pushing this before us. And our next item is consideration of approval of our Clear Creek County COVID-19 quarantine policy. Kate Vermillion.
Sorry about that. Yes, about the end of August, it was brought to our attention by Tim Ryan that we needed to have some sort of, what he suggested was a travel policy for our employees. I guess the school district had come up with something similar for their employees. Just basically, it's on the idea of concern for those employees when they return. Basically, employees can have fear that they've traveled somewhere and picked up something, and now they're sitting next to somebody who might be asymptomatic or whatever, I guess. Per Tim Ryan's suggestion, the travel, what we're calling the COVID quarantine policy, was put together so that some of the modes of travel, not so much where they travel to, however, that can be a concern too. Sometimes, like, we knew for a long time there, Florida was like a hot spot because all the kids playing on the beaches. But anyway, the mode of travel seems to be the biggest concern, being in a confined space with several other persons, and maybe not so clean of an atmosphere, I guess, with those. So anyway, we wanted to put together some sort of a policy that said, if you're going to do this kind of travel, then we would like very much for you to quarantine when you come back for at least 14 days. But this is when, in consultation with, talking with Tim Ryan, if at all possible, first, before they go, so that they know what issues they might have to deal with, where they might be going to, what kind of travel. He might suggest a different mode of travel. Instead of by airplane, maybe you should drive by car. But then, of course, if they're just going camping or something like that, then there's, you know, little to no concern about that kind of a travel situation. Or a vacation type situation for that matter. So we put this together, put this before other supervisors, elected officials, to see what their concerns were on this policy. There was one initial return of saying that, you know, we were originally going to go ahead and pay the person full wages for another 2 weeks of being off after their vacation, potentially. So we have adjusted that to be sort of in line with what the FFCRA is doing. However, this really wouldn't fall under that, but we would go ahead and do that same kind of thing, do the 2/3 pay to the employee for that quarantine time, but the employee then would have to come up, if they want a full pay, of 1/3 using either the PTO, comp, or whatever leaves that they have available to them. And of course, we'll try to really ask that the employee do working from home, if at all possible, because we figure that there's probably a good portion of our employees would be able to work from home, even if they were on quarantine, as per se they did while we were all shut down for a while. But then, of course, there are those departments who can't, and that's why we came up with some sort of a pay to then keep them at home while they're quarantining type situation, because road and bridge can't really quarantine, ambulance can't really quarantine, sheriff's department can't really quarantine. Unless it's absolutely necessary type situation, that it truly is, that they've been contacted and told that they were around somebody that, you know, did have it. So that is where this all came from. I don't know if there's still some elected officials out there that would like to chime in on this, if they are comfortable with this pay that we have decided to come up with on this policy or not. Sorry, this is really bright. There we go. I don't see or hear any questions.
George, Sean?
Thanks, Kate. I guess one question I have is, how much of an issue is this? Do we have any feel for how many people are traveling to COVID hotspots where this is something that's important for us to put in place?
We had one clerk and recorder employee who had taken a trip, actually, I think it was to Florida, and came back, and after speaking with Tim Ryan, it was highly suggested that she quarantine at least for about 14 days. We had another employee who was considering traveling to help a friend move, which is interesting. Maybe just because she wanted to travel. Anyway, to help a friend move, and she was going to fly. And when she heard that some policy might be coming down like this, she reconsidered the traveling by airplane. And I don't know if she's even going to drive out there or not, but she is reconsidering that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I am not ashamed to say I flew to visit my parents in July. I got tested before I went. I wore a mask on the plane. I didn't go indoors unnecessarily. I didn't get COVID. And I guess the thing that's a little worrisome to me is there are situations with funerals and other
Right.
family emergencies, and to
They're
put
gonna
this
have to do it
in place to be a good son or father or brother is a little troubling to me.
I agree.
And Sean, I totally agree. That's why in the policy, we've basically encouraged people to have a discussion with Dr. Ryan prior to actually traveling. And we're treating this pretty much on a case-by-case basis. And we just wanted something in place so that we could have those discussions and allow Dr. Ryan to have the discussion with the employee and then come up with kind of a game plan, if you will, relative to the travel. You know, I don't think, in my opinion, we're not preventing someone from traveling, but we just want people to do it in a safe and logical manner, I guess.
So basically, to be indemnified, we're asking or requiring that they have the communication with our public health director in order to do so in the safest way, in order to be indemnified from the consequences, potential consequences. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, I presume that in the absence of this policy, if an employee goes on vacation, which is something, as Sean points out, that's, you know, we can't all just not go on vacation for the next 12 months, including the last 6 months. When under our existing policy, of course, we have the ability to talk to an employee about where they've been and say that you can't come to work for a while, but there's not really any policy to have a safety net for that employee. Is that correct? I mean, right now we can't backfill 2/3 of their salary because we don't have a policy in place saying we can do so.
Correct.
While they're sitting in quarantine. So this
right
is
now it's very difficult to be able to have something that says this is how we're going to pay you or not pay you. We could, because basically this doesn't fall under the FFCRA, so it's something that we have to, since we're suggesting or requiring whatever the employee to quarantine, then we're saying we need to give them something to make sure that they do stay home and don't feel like they somehow have to come to work, sneak into work, whatever, and then potentially get others ill, even though maybe they're not. Just the point.
so, I mean, it just seems like there are consequences to travel right now, and this policy gives some guidance and some support around those consequences. And so I'm fully in support of it.
And it also helps with consistency. Hopefully, you know, with these guidelines in the policy, we can be a little more consistent as to how Dr. Ryan and the county treats our employees.
And yeah, just for the record, I did reach out to Tim before I went on my trip to get his advice, which I followed. How does this compare to what our neighbors are doing? You know, Summit County, Grand County, Jepco, Open.
We had reached out to find out what others are doing about this. Some of them, it's just highly suggested. It's not quote unquote a policy, but some of them are paying them, some of them are not. It's been a hodgepodge.
Are any of them requiring the consultation with the public health director?
Not that I recall, no.
And I think, as Kate had indicated, I know the school district has a similar, I don't know if it's similar, but they also have a travel policy. And I know Tim was in contact with Karen, the superintendent, and there was some desire that we try to emulate each other as far as travel protocol. And I know Dr. Ryan's on the call here on the line. I don't know if he wanted to weigh in with anything or not.
Yeah, Tim?
Hi, everyone. Good discussion. Yeah, I mean, the general premise is what Kate and Keith have suggested in my initial suggestion of this sort of policy. In the policy itself, I left to those who are in human resources and the lawyers, et cetera. So as I've been saying for weeks, the vast majority of our cases in Clear Creek County are directly related to travel. Either individuals living here who have gone out and traveled and come back, and or family who's traveled or friends to here. So if that's our single largest source of COVID, it made sense to me from a public health and prevention strategy that we give people a way to isolate and quarantine when necessary. And the vast majority of the calls I've gotten so far in consulting with individuals, they've been they didn't see this as a restriction or as a trying to limit their movement, but more a proactive, what are you doing, where are you going, and trying to help them, assist them. And so some people decided not to go, and others are with the need to go for a funeral or other things like that. You know, I'm not discouraging from going, but merely trying to help them go as safely as possible.
Have we had any infections of county staff yet?
Those that I recall from, it was way in the beginning, and I believe it was in the SO, but that's about it.
Tim can probably, I don't know how much information we can share, but we recently had a situation in the courts, not necessarily quote unquote county employees, but I know Tim is dealing with that right now.
Yeah, there are several county employees currently on quarantine, so we shall see where those end up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think this is codifying best practice. I mean, I have these conversations with my family. I have these conversations with my friends when I go travel. What should I do afterwards? I think that the general public health guidance is that you should, after travel, take it easy for a couple weeks. And I don't think, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're not receiving quarantine orders. They're just being asked not to come to work.
Correct. And I can't actually issue quarantine and orders for individuals like this. The only time we can issue a quarantine order is if we have a known positive case with direct contact to them. So if in that case, George, their mom called and said, hey, I know you were just here 2 days ago. I just tested positive. At that point, they would be on quarantine orders. From wherever they came from, that public health person would call them and put them on quarantine orders. So from that perspective, legally they would be, but in this case where they've just traveled, no, we don't have the ability to put them on quarantine orders. And to all of your points, that I'm really not trying to get to that. We're trying to provide people with some consistency and understanding of a process. So it isn't hodgepodge. It's here's what you can expect. And so people so far have had positive comments about that I've interacted with.
Yeah, I guess my indigestion about the whole thing is not everybody can take a 1/3 pay cut and just keep breezing along. I mean, and it's also some people can work at home, some people can't. And kind of to your point, Dr. Ryan, there's already policies in place about when someone should quarantine and when someone doesn't need to quarantine. So to me, this seems like a little bit of a belt and suspenders thing, particularly if we're already being very proactive and communicating with employees and giving them the right information to make good decisions. I'm not sure that this is necessary.
But sometimes suspenders break, and that's what the belt's for. And when people are quarantined because somebody else traveled out of the state and have now come back and put them in quarantine, they're in essence putting far greater number of people at risk than that one individual who traveled. So.
And this policy is more to help prevent that situation from happening to begin with. Is that correct?
That's exactly its intent.
And just FYI, on the 2/3 pay, it was a concern of a couple of the elected officials that we were, would now be giving employees, because we originally started out with the thought of giving them full pay. And they were like, oh yeah, now they've taken a vacation. Now we're going to give them another 2 weeks vacation, basically. Full pay. I think we need to do something so that they have skin in the game. So it was a 2/3,
So-
1/3.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So it seems like the effect of the policy is that someone has some support and some guidance to go and do something that's good for their mental health. They also don't have an incentive. They also have an incentive to be safe in their travels, because if they get to come home and talk to Dr. Ryan about how they were safe, then they can go to work and get full pay. And if it turns out that they weren't being safe and they were disregarding stuff, then they are going to sit at home and earn 2/3, and the other third can be backfilled by their existing benefits. I mean, I'm fully in support of this. The only thing I might change, and I don't intend on insisting on this, is just to change the word quarantine for something else, just to avoid a term that is loaded and means something different than what we're
Yeah,
asking.
I agree. The maybe COVID travel quarantine policy or something to that effect, or travel policy.
How about protect your neighbor policy?
There you go.
Protect the team. So anyway, I mean,
Yeah, protect your workmate policy. Yeah.
I'm not really like, I don't know. We've talked about this a lot. I support it. So, you know, Sean, I'm happy to entertain if you have ways that you'd like to suggest this be modified. But otherwise, I'd like to go ahead and put this in place.
I've said what I have to say.
Like to make a motion?
Yeah, I move we approve the COVID quarantine policy.
Second.
All in favor? All right,
I'll abstain from this vote.
fair enough. So I don't need to ask all opposed. Okay, and with that, we will move on to the local liquor licensing authority. Thanks, Tim. Appreciate your time today. And Kate. Consideration of approval of permit application, report of changes for Lawson Adventure Park and Resort, DBA Lawson Adventure Resort. Nanette.
Sorry, everyone. I just got started a little bit late. I was just added. I just needed to continue this for a brief couple hours. Greg Books was unavailable at 10 a.m. this morning, but he is available at 2:45. So a brief continuance would allow him to participate in the quick hearing that we'll have at that time.
So we need a motion for a continuance, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And until when?
2:45, I believe, is when the item is set for.
Okay, I see. Yep.
Okay, I move we continue the consideration of approval of permit application and report of changes for Lawson Adventure Park and Resort LLC to 2:45 p.m. today.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Wonderful. Thank you. We'll see you at 2:45.
Thanks. Consent agenda. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register presented by Brent Worthington. Item number 2, consideration of approval of resolution 20-101, resolution to extend the disaster declaration. Item number 3, consideration of approval of renewal of ambulance license for Evergreen Fire Protection District. Item number 4, consideration of approval of partial subdivision to land use restriction agreement for Riverbend residences in Idaho Springs. Do we have questions about any of those 4?
I have a question about the ambulance licensing. Is there anybody here who followed what happened with Evergreen? I'm just kind of curious. I think they're using the Jefferson County resource, and curious to hear how that's going.
Yeah, I did talk to them, and last year when we approved their renewal of license, it was going to expire on October 9th, but Jeffco gave them an expiration date of October 31st. So they just have not finished their inspections for the upcoming year yet. And so we're just continuing this license for 1 month to allow them to finish their inspections, but not expire with Clear Creek. And then once we have those inspections in from Jeffco, we'll go ahead and do a 1-year renewal with Evergreen Fire.
Okay.
This is kind of a timing thing.
That's all I had.
The resolution to extend the disaster declaration wasn't really supposed to be on consent because you were going to be asked to make a decision. You were given 2 different versions. And it was really based on the discussion that was had regarding the face mask order. You were given a version that extends the disaster declaration for 30 days. And you were given a version that extends it, was it 90 days or to December 31st?
I believe December 31st, I believe.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Well, if I may, the 90 days actually carried it through to a date in January.
Oh, okay. It was just because I think everybody's recognized that the disaster is going to continue longer than 30 days, and it might be more convenient to make the declaration extensions for longer periods of time. And you had done that with the face mask order, so we wanted to present this option to you, and we just picked 30 and 90, and maybe you want to pick one of those 2, maybe you want to do something else. We do invite that you consider that. And again, I apologize, it wasn't supposed to be on consent because it needed that consideration. In addition, we did update the data this morning. I know Beth was sent the updated data. I don't see that you were sent that, and I will, if you weren't, I'll email it to you right now.
Bob, you're talking about the 36 cases that's in the Agenda Center's version of the resolutions?
Yes.
I'm fine with doing it till the end of the year.
So am I. My primary consideration is, what is the thing that least exposes us to the risk we have a gap in our emergency declaration? And so I don't know, Beth or Bob, what do you think is best here?
Well, I think that's our objective, frankly, is to avoid a gap, and we think if we give ourselves a short timeline or a short deadline, we're creating a little more risk of a gap. Our plan is, quite frankly, to whatever date you select, we're already going to put it on the schedule for the next time that we need to revisit this, so that we're ahead of the game. And of course, if something wild changes, you could always say, my gosh, it's over, and we withdraw the declaration. I don't know that I expect that, but you can stop it if it is appropriate.
Yeah, I was thinking that the version that has the least risk is, instead of having a date, until further notice. But I don't know that that's something that's palatable or that we want to do. I'm just guessing it's not. And so longer is better. And then we also have but the declaration itself, though, is not something the public health director can do. That's something that must come from the BOCC. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right.
The change in statistic, by the way, was to list 47 cases.
I know that initially, because of timing, we started out the declaration when I declared it, and then we ratified it, I think, the next day or something at our next BOCC meeting. Is this something that can be extended by the chair in case there's a drop ball and a noticing issue? Is there someone that can extend the declaration is my question.
No,
Okay.
it is an action by the full board.
Okay.
After that initial authority by the chairman.
So there isn't any one person that can step out and do this. It's got to be, we've got to make sure we don't have a miss.
Yes.
So I agree. I'm more comfortable with the longer period here. And maybe what we could do is, if we extend it for 3 months, maybe in 2 months, we extended it again, just to give ourselves a lot of padding there.
I, for one, have more confidence than you guys do on our staff. I don't think
So
this
do
is a problem.
I don't think you have more confidence than I do. I felt the same way. If it's already on the schedule, I don't know that we need to pass it a month ahead of time just to make sure we don't forget a week later and a week after that. I think we put it on the schedule and stay on it, do our job.
Yep.
It's worked so far. So
Yeah, and I'm not trying to betray any lack of faith in any staff. I just, some things, some of these little small things where the consequences of missing them are really, really high.
Yeah, I think it's fine to set it on 3 months and then put it on the schedule. But whatever, we can.
That was a
Put it out
suggestion.
there.
I'm not asking Randy or Sean for you guys to help me issue direction. It was just a suggestion. You guys do what it takes to get the job done.
Sounds like we're all in violent agreement.
So I move we approve resolution 2101, the version with the 90-day extension, declaring an emergency through January 11th, 2021.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thanks. Okay. Actually, I know we have an action item coming up here. I wonder if we can take a brief 3-minute break. And then
I don't think you approved the other items 1, 3, and
4.
Oh, that's right. The motion was for just that one, as opposed to the full consent agenda.
I move we approve items 1, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 thank you.
Are we okay with a 3-minute break? All right. See you in just a second. Okay, we are running, how many people do we have back here? I see a bunch of black screens with names. I'll wait till I see George's face. There he is. So if we are good to continue, our next item on the agenda is consideration of approval of grant agreement between Freeport McMoran Foundation and Clear Creek County for the health clinic donation. As we've announced previously, Freeport McMoran, the Henderson Mine, is in with $500,000 for our collaborative care health clinic. They've been a great, great partner for the community, and it's just an opportunity to say it again as we make this motion to ratify this agreement. Anything the other two commissioners would like to state, and do we have a motion?
Yeah, I would just quickly echo Randy's sentiments. Freeport's been a great long-term partner here in the county. They really did their homework in terms of what we've got going on with the healthcare facility, and I think it's a great endorsement, and I'm hopeful that some of the other county leaders are going to follow their lead.
Yeah, really excited to get ink on paper on this one. Really grateful to Freeport McMoran and the Henderson for their contribution to this project. Our community is going to be a lot better for it.
Bob, is there anything we need to know before we make a motion?
No, I don't think so. I think it says plainly.
Okay. Can I have a motion, please?
I was reading way down the agenda. I move that we approve the grant agreement between Freeport McMoran Foundation and Clear Creek County for the health clinic donation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 With that, and before we move on to the next item real quickly, which is the quarterly update with the Open Space Commission. I'm aware we're running 15 minutes late, but I think this is the right time to announce. Chip Bear and Bojo's have also now weighed in on the clinic and got the word late last night, that they're in for $100,000 towards the health clinic. That is a really big deal. I know Chip has been the owner of Bojo since he got it in 1973. He's a longtime supporter of the community, benefactor of the community through his business operations. Have been great to work with and a great friend for years. And I'm just and he called me up, and I thought it was a birthday present. It was pretty cool. I'm just really, really excited that Chip's come in on it, and I'm sure somebody else has something to say about it too. I'm just overwhelmed that he's come in with that one.
That's great news, and thanks, Chip. Thanks, Bojo's. That's a significant amount of money. That's a gift that I haven't heard of happening from a business owner in Clear Creek ever. So much appreciated.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, not much to add. It's great to see such a large contribution from such a large contributor to our community. But for those of us who've been running around seeking donations for lots of little efforts over the years, Bojo's is always the first to say yes. Not surprised they're the first to say yes right here, and I'm not surprised that they came in at the amount they did. Hopefully, like usual, this inspires a lot of others to say, hey, there really is something here. We're going to help get this done.
Right. for a restaurant owner in the middle of a COVID crisis, this is pretty breathtaking. So thanks to Bojo's and thanks to Chip. And with that, we have our now 17-minute late, sorry about that, a quarterly update with the Open Space Commission. Martha and Frank.
Hi, thank you.
Okay, good morning. I'd like to thank you folks for having us with you today, and we'll give you an update on what we've been doing the last few months. Martha has a list of things prepared that we'll go through. So what we'll do is make a kind of a presentation to you, ask questions at any time, and then hopefully we'll have some time at the end here to discuss anything we'd like to discuss or elucidate on. So with that, Martha, would you
Frank,
like to?
Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, that's it.
I just tried to share my screen. Did it share or not? Are you guys seeing? Nope. All right, let me high tech here. Let's see. I said share, select a window that you want to share. Okay, I'm trying. Okay, now what do I, oh, then it says share. I gotcha. I see what I did wrong. There we go. There we go. Okay, and we'll get this full screen, maybe not. Anyways, Frank said welcome. Let me figure out how I do this next. Okay. We still have a vacancy on the commission. We have had some interest expressed, and a potential person is coming to our meeting or attending via Zoom this coming on the 14th. So we'll see if that works. So we've made some progress. We have somebody expressing interest, but this is our current slate. We still have very good representation across the county. I'm going to just highlight a couple of our projects that are underway. As you're aware, and you can see it from behind, you're not in the, I keep thinking you're in the boardroom. The Notch Trail, as you know, we purchased that from Tom Buckley. The Clear Creek County Trail Crew has gone out, and with some help from Teamworks and others, they walked the entire trail and have reclaimed it. So it is now passable. We still have a few easements we need to work on, but it is now passable, and it also has an official trailhead sign posted at Guanella Pass Road. And there's the picture that you've seen. That's it goes up across that face up to the Notch. Floyd Hill Open Space Park has been probably the place we've been spending most of our energy. I think James can probably vouch for this. I think the trail is 100% done. If not, there's one small segment left. They were going to sign all the intersections with trail names. They had the signs, just needed to put them up. I'm assuming those are done because they're getting close to being at the end of their time. James is working on getting us temporary parking bumpers. The railroad has given us additional railroad ties like they did before, which are going to be installed to help mark parking places so we have more efficient parking. That will help us in the short term. We'll talk more about parking later. James just gave us numbers this morning. We're seeing 1,500 to 1,800 users per week. In prior months of summer, we were seeing closer to 1,800. He attributes that to the snowy week we had. His weekend average is about 500 to 600. We convened a meeting of folks who are interested in helping us be eyes and ears on Floyd Hill, and it's called the Friends of Floyd Hill. And so that's up and running. And we're really just asking people to let us know if they see people violating things repeatedly, if there's a downed tree. We had somebody identify some insects of some sort, but just let us know what's going on so that we can then go check it out. As you're well aware, you adopted rules of use for Floyd Hill. We will be putting up a new sign that shows the key rules from that so people know what's going on. That will definitely help us with management because then people know what rules they're supposed to be operating under. And you may or may not have heard on the far side, all this has been pretty much about the front side of Floyd Hill over near the interstate. We had a small cabin on the canyon side that was just downstream from the cement house that most of you can see from the road. And it burned, I want to say it was 3 weeks ago. The assumption is that somebody was hanging out in there and left a fire unattended. Fortunately, the fire authority and folks got there quickly and it was contained. This is our current kiosk sign that you see as you park at the parking lot. The welcome to Clear Creek Open Space with the rules there will be replaced with something that shows a few more rules and references the right ordinance so people know what's going on. And with the completion of the trail system, the map there will be redone and show all the trails names and information.
This is James. Can I add one thing?
Sure.
I just want to let everybody know that the final trail that we're building at Floyd Hill is called the Winze Trail, W-I-N-Z-E, which is a mining term. And that trail will be open today. So we'll get that trail completed today. And at that point, all of the trails will be built out at Floyd Hill Open Space, aside from the one connector down to the Peaks to Plains that we're hoping that Jeffco built across their open space. But at this point, we're kind of going to go into a maintenance mode at Floyd Hill. And we've been getting a lot of good feedback on the Canyon View Loop that was just open. People are actually showing up to ride that loop and not just the downhill trail. We've got about half the intersection signs up, and we'll have all the rest of the signs up on Thursday. And at that point, it'll be finished, aside from the new sign.
Great. Thanks, James. The other thing that I think you heard about as part of the recreation planning overview discussion, we are working to submit an application to Great Outdoors Colorado. They have a Resilient Communities grant program that they put in place this summer. It's $15 million, and they're doing 4 deadlines for application. We consulted with them and are going in to ask for, we right now have a temporary parking lot at Floyd Hill, and we want to make that into a permanent parking lot, as well as where we have overflow on to a portion of the meadow near the road, turn that into a more formal parking lot with a proper grade, retaining walls, etc. So we're asking them for both parking lots. We're asking them for permanent restrooms. We're asking them for signage like an entry sign down at the entrance, and we would redo the entrance to make it more easily accessed. A kiosk sign similar to the one I just showed you up at the top on the ridge, and 5 weeks of TeamWorks crew, partially to help on maintenance on Floyd Hill, but then James would work with them on other trails in the county, depending on what his work plan is for next summer. So that's due on the 16th. We are in the process of getting support letters and writing the grant and pulling together the budget. As a part of that triggered a discussion with Jefferson County Open Space, who are the co-owners with us of the trailhead portion of this property. And they're supportive of what we're doing. They're looking in their budget and workload for next year to see if they can contribute something. It's more likely to be in kind than it is to be money. We also have a new person on their side who is working with us. And so we discussed how the IGA is working. And the conclusion was that we think it is working well. They would like to have a little more day-to-day contact was had previously. That was good open lines of communication. And hopefully we will get them to contribute something, materials or in-kind services towards the grant, which I think will help strengthen the grant. And this is a picture that just shows you the kind of views you see when you're there at Floyd Hill on the trail. And that's an old picture, but that trail is still there, and there's the kiosk sign, and gives you a flavor of what we have to offer people. Alvarado Open Space Park and Mountain Youth Network. In the last 2 months, Mountain Youth Network reached out to us, and we reached back and had discussions. We were really fortunate that 5 or 6 of their students, I think it was, joined about 5 open space commission members on a September workday. We actually, it was very productive. They cleared a trail and further refined it that goes from where the old building, between the 2 bridges. There's the pedestrian bridge and the wider bridge that is further downstream. And so we now have a loop trail that people can find and walk. We really welcomed their involvement and have been in discussions with them about looking for future opportunities to work together with them, possible internships, special projects, those kinds of things. We also were approached by a person who is a master's student at Miami University of Ohio. And she has relatives in Georgetown and got interested in doing something with us as one of her projects. We set her loose on the north side of Alvarado open space between the creek and the interstate. And she went out and explored the area and has provided us with 2 different trail options that we can consider. So that was really wonderful. And she's also quite intrigued with helping us on all sorts of things, from webpage information to other things. So it's always nice to have somebody who's willing to give us free labor. The Alvarado Open Space Park has been the site of a couple community events. We had a wedding there when they lost their regular venue. It was a very small little wedding. It worked out quite nicely. They did it near the downstream bridge. We also had a memorial service for someone in Georgetown who had died last fall. And they were looking for a place that had sort of the appropriate kind of solitude and represented what the person was interested in. So people are starting to use the park, and that is all is good. And this is without us having any official opening because of COVID. We also have had, with the work days and other efforts, we're trying to remove fence that Joe Cicel put along the stream bank that has gotten sucked in by years of sediment deposit to make it safer along the creek. We're picking up fallen branches and other things and revegetating this area where it was disturbed by when we demolished the buildings, trying to get some revegetation underway. It keeps us busy on a regular basis. Peaks to Plains, as you're aware, we awarded the contract. I have an RFP out for construction management, testing and quality control and document management, with the proposals due tomorrow. We will review them and hopefully get somebody on board relatively quickly. And then we're going to prepare for our pre-construction meeting that's required by CDOT, which apparently is quite an interesting process and involved. I did have conversations with CI the other day, and they're going to get me a schedule. They are looking to do preliminary work through the end of this year and early next year. They don't want to put stuff in the channel before high water and have it partially done and have it washed out by high water. So they're going to get everything prepped and ready to go, so that as soon as the water goes down, they just move full force ahead. I have suggested to them that there's a culvert that is part of this project, that if they can do it in March when CDOT has the canyon closed for the lighting project, that will save us some money because we don't have to do traffic control. So we're underway, a little slower probably than I would prefer, but I think that that's what's going to happen, and it's reasonable. And with that, we'll open it up for questions.
Gentlemen.
Thanks for the update, Martha and Frank. I had a quick question. I just happened to look at the GOCO's last grant cycle recipients, and it was a smaller number. I want to say it was like 2 million and something. And I saw that Gunnison County got the largest portion of it. They got over $400,000 for a pretty unique program, sustainable tourism and outdoor recreation. I was curious if we knew about that and if we had given it any consideration as an alternative to, or in addition to the parking lot build out.
What we were planning, and Amy can pipe in on this, is we went to CPW for planning money and we were going to go to GOCO for planning money. And it's there, what you're looking at is their project is very similar to what we're looking at doing with the community, the community recreation plan. That was interesting, but those results didn't come out till after we were sort of midway in process. And the applications due October 16th.
Yeah, I think the store grant that Gunnison received, I didn't look too closely at it, but I believe they could receive that money because it was not a planning grant, it was for a program, and we don't have a completed program at this point, or are not in a position to request money for a program, where we would still be in a planning phase for that sort of thing. And in talking to the folks at GOCO, it seemed like something related to the COVID specific increases in use that we've been experiencing. And Floyd Hill seemed like the best place to take advantage of that opportunity, and that it really was a good fit for that need.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I guess my gentle request would be for us to keep paying attention to what they're doing down there, and maybe some other similar communities where they're leveraging those dollars to help associate or to mitigate some of the impacts with overuse and improper etiquette in their trail systems.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the long-term intent of building the recreation plan, and the Gunnison process in building their sustainable tourism and outdoor rec plan is one of the roadmaps that we're using, as well as Envision Chaffee County. And we see that as it just has to be the first step in being able to position ourselves to get money to continue to put ourselves in a position to mitigate those issues. That is, the sentence you just said is a sentence that was in our grant request to CPW and will be in the grant requests for continual planning money that will go to GOCO after the CPW request.
Thanks for that thorough answer. More questions? Go ahead, George.
Oh, I was going to say I don't have any questions. So if you have a question, be my guest.
No, I think what's notable here is that we're because we're really working on collaboration with Open Space. We're going to have, it's not scheduled yet, but we're going to have a retreat coming up with Open Space in the near future, and so we're going to be able to dig in a lot deeper into lots of opportunities with the commission. And so we're good for this last 10 minutes if we do have more questions, but I know that we'll be able to get into great depth during that period. And I think if we do have more questions, our COVID report is at 11, which is 10 minutes from now. So just making sure that we can get through this and have it at a regular time when the public expects it would be good. But no, absolutely not meaning any disservice to Martha and Frank.
I'd just like to add that we're looking forward to this retreat with the BOCC to go through a number of things, and I think it's going to be a great opportunity to coordinate and look ahead for because this is the 20th year of the open space program in Clear Creek County. So we're looking at what's going to happen in the next 20 years. So it's going to be fun. We're not going to be around. Well, some of us are not going to be around at the end of the next 20 years, but us citizens will be. So we just want to thank you for the opportunity today, and we'll be meeting you when we get our retreat scheduled. So, thank you.
Thank you, and so will the land be here, hopefully, if we do this right.
Yeah.
I apologize if I missed this, but Corinne Westerman has a question here. much money are you applying for in GoCo? Apologize if it was already mentioned.
No, we went over it. We skipped over that. And I think we were looking around at 300,000, Amy. Isn't that still where we are on the budget?
Yeah, I believe so. We're still sort of rearranging some deck chairs with regard to what we might get in kind and what we might ask for in cash. But I think the whole project is going to be between 300 and 350,000.
And one of the things that's nice about this that GoCo has done is they're really not requiring a significant match. They realize that the entities who are applying for these kinds of grants have been hit by COVID and don't necessarily have extra money laying around. And so they're really trying to support them in these efforts without asking for a huge investment upfront.
Right. It's a very short turnaround. So it's the grant cycle. It has 4 rounds. This 3rd round is due October 16th, like Martha said, but we will hear by November 17th, which is very quick. And it's a 10% match that can be any combination of cash and in kind. So that is not how GoCo normally structures their grant requirements.
And if we get this, I mean, the expectation, because I was talking to Jeffco as they were trying to think about possible things that they might be able to give us. Our expectation is that if we get it, we could get the parking lots done in the spring, and depending on whether we're relying on Jeffco or somebody else to help us with the restrooms, they may come later in the summer, but you'd actually see changes before we really hit the major season this summer.
This is a little unrelated, but how has GoCo's funding stream been affected by the pandemic?
I have not heard. I mean, they get lottery funds, and and the way the lottery funds come in, they are capped at a certain amount, and the money above that goes to other purposes that have been allocated. So they may not, I mean, even if their revenues are down, they may not have been impacted because they're like 3/4 of the revenue kind of thing. It's a good question. I can look and see if they say anything on their website.
Yeah, but I haven't heard anything to imply that they're experiencing reduced funding. And this grant seems to indicate that the opposite is true, or at least that they're not experiencing reduced funding.
Well, with that, do we have any more questions?
No, thanks for providing the update.
Thanks for asking us.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
And I think then we should take a 5-minute break until our 11 o'clock break. I beg your pardon? George, was that somebody spoke there? Right?
There's an echo.
Oh. With that, I think we'll take a 5-minute break until our 11 o'clock COVID-19 update.
Hi, everybody. How's my audio? Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, well, that was a little more than a 5-minute break. And we are now ready for our 11 o'clock COVID update. It is 11:03. Tim and Suzanne.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is well. So per usual, I'm going to start by showing a couple graphs. I think pictures speak volumes about what's going on. This first one is a global indication of the pandemic. This orange line here, can you see my cursor, everyone? This orange line here is the United States of America. This green line here is India, and then there's a number of other countries represented. This is really a collection of the countries that had and continue to have the highest incidence around the world. So relevant to whom our quote unquote neighbors are. Most troubling is the United States. As you can see here, as we've seen in many graphs, 3 humps. There's the first one, the second one is here. And then the third one is really where we're at now. Most troubling about this graph, as you see, unlike most of the other countries, we are not on the decline. We are on a steady state and or increase, well above 40,000 plus cases on a daily basis. You see here a precipitous drop by India, headed in the right direction, as are most other countries around the world. The other picture I wanted to show you is this one. This is Colorado specifically. We looked at this last week. Here's the first hump that we experienced, the second one here, and the third one, which we're in now. There was a slight decrease last week, but as I have suggested many times, looking at a single week isn't necessarily a trend, does not make. Because what you see here in the following week and what we're experiencing now is a significant increase back up. And
Tim,
where this,
Tim,
sorry,
I don't know about anyone else, but I'm still seeing the, I'm not seeing the Colorado.
Oh, you're not, sorry. Why is that? Sorry about that.
We were still on the national level.
How's that?
There we
Better?
are.
Okay. So back to the story. The 3-hump camel, there's the first one, the second one, we're in the third one now. Over here on the far right, you see this decline, which is what we saw last week across the whole state. But as you see here in this week, we are on the trend back up. So where this goes, nobody really knows. What we're experiencing here in Clear Creek County, we have had the single largest increase in 2 weeks that we've had to date in the county. We have over 10 new cases here in the county. Our numbers on the website and on the state website don't reflect that because there is this, what we're finding to be a significant delay in recording on CEDARS, the CEDARS website. So we're getting direct reports from individuals who've gone out of the county to get tested. have subsequently gotten their test results back and are contacting us to say, hey, I'm positive. What do I do? And so that's where we're learning about a number of new cases. Almost without exception, the cases that we're seeing in the last 2 weeks are related to travel. I know I sound like a broken record, and I apologize for that, but it is what we're finding in spades. Either individuals leaving the county and going to travel elsewhere, to either a high incident rate in that state, and or the mode of transportation that they've chosen to take. We're doing our level best to identify those individuals as quickly as we can in all their contacts in quarantine. But we, like I said, have significant increase in the number of cases this week. Currently, if you recall, even 3 weeks ago, our incident rate was about 10 per 100,000. We are now up to north of 100. 103 per 100,000. So we have a 10-fold increase in our incidents over the last 3 weeks. Our test positivity rate was well below 1 3 weeks ago. It is now at 3.5. So we are literally in this county where the state was 2 weeks ago in terms of their incident rate and test positivity rate. So we're following in spades with what the state is going on in the state. A couple things. One, I heard something on the news, and I do every day hear something on the news that is absolutely blatantly false. And so I'm going to take this opportunity to correct the record and put facts out there. The first is the number of fatalities thus far in the United States of America related to COVID exceeds 210,000 individuals. That is the same number of individuals who have died from the last 5 seasons of flu combined. So the notion that somehow this is not as bad or as the same as flu is an absolute lie and falsehood. And I wish it would stop being said on news and other agencies putting that information out there. It is about 10 times more deadly than the flu. Is the current estimate. It very well may be higher than that once all the numbers settle and we figure out what the true nature of this is. So to suggest that somehow it's no big deal and we should get over it is just absolutely ridiculous, to say the least. And I don't know how to say that in any other more diplomatic way, but and the other thing we learned this week, probably the single most important public health message that we learned this week, is that frequent testing, a preventive measure, does not make. Testing only tells you when you're positive. A mask is the only thing with social distancing and hand washing are what are going to prevent you from getting the disease. And that's what this game is all about. It's about prevention. It isn't about identifying those people who are sick. It's about preventing, first and foremost, people from getting sick. So we see that now in spades. And somehow the notion that COVID is no big deal, mind-boggling, absolutely mind-boggling. I don't even know how to address that one. So if 210,000 deaths so far is no big deal, then here we are. Any questions thus far?
One thing that struck me as notable, and maybe you can address, when you said you thought it was, 10 times, did you say 5 or 10 times as bad as the flu?
Yeah, the current estimate that the most current estimate that I read is that COVID is 10 times more deadly. The fatality rate is 10 times that of the flu. On average, the annual flu fatality across the world is 260 to about 500,000 fatalities. Right? That's on an annual basis around the world. We've already exceeded that or approaching that low end of that number here in the United States alone. So to suggest somehow it's in the same ballpark as flu is, I don't have a nice word to add to that.
What strikes me as interesting about that is that that's in about 8 months, effectively, while we've been working harder to keep from getting it than we ever worked to keep from getting the flu, which is what I imagine why you say we don't know that it isn't worse than that. What if we had done nothing? Where would it be right now relative to the annual flu rates? And it's clear, looking at the charts that you showed us and correlating them to when we start wearing masks, when we open, and seeing the move in that epidemic curve at a state level or at the national level, shows clearly that when we put our masks on, it changes those charts dramatically.
Correct.
And that would indicate that had we not been wearing masks at any of those important, had we not instituted the shutdowns, had we not instituted the masks, one would think that it would be catastrophically higher than as many as we lose in 5 years to the flu.
Correct. As you see what I'm sharing now, this downward trend on this line here, which is the United States, this is a direct result of the measures that were taken in March, April, and May. And then when you see clearly, you don't have to be an epidemiologist or have any science background. When we relaxed things and everyone started to travel, and up we went. Direct correlation, you know, it is what it is. It is something to be taken seriously. We have 210,000 people who have died in this country. And if we don't continue to take it seriously, if we still have 40,000 plus cases a day, that number of fatalities is only going to go up in the coming months, particularly with Thanksgiving and Christmas and people traveling, and intergenerational get-togethers are a recipe for absolute disaster. Couple this with the flu season, and we don't really know exactly where it's going to go, but if I was a betting man, I'd put money on it's going to go badly. And again, I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just trying to put some reality on the false reality that's being presented out in the world. It isn't something to not take seriously. And when you don't wear masks or social distance, we see what happens in spades.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact that we have had our worst week, our worst 2-week period.
George, can you turn up your mic or something?
My apologies. I've got using a different device. The fact that we've, have a record case count, I think is evidence to that. And I hope that this is kind of a moment for all of us to realize we've got to be tighter. I do have a couple of questions that I've fielded and that I'm seeing on Facebook. One of them is about, and I know you answered this generally, one of them is about whether we think that this is evidence of community spread, or whether we think these cases are all from someone traveling out of the community or having somebody travel into the community.
Yeah, great question. It's both. The short answer, the vast majority are travel, but there is indication right now of community spread. And 2 of the investigations that we're doing we have literally just begun in the last 2 days. So we're really trying to identify and track down where individuals did potentially contract this virus because they didn't travel. So trying to sort of put our detective hats on and track that down. It is challenged by people's memory in terms of what they did the last 4 days. You'd be surprised the number of people who can't really recall in great detail what they did 4 days ago, which is a challenge to us. The other thing is individuals who are going to work who have what they consider minor symptoms, but it turns out those minor symptoms were actually the onset of COVID and have snowballed into now there's 22 people because you went to work with a cold or what you perceive to be a cold for those 2 days are now encompassing 22 people as opposed to you staying home because you had a cold. So I really try to avoid the latter half of that and really encourage people, if you are even remotely symptomatic of any sort, stay home for a day. Do yourself and your community a favor and don't go out there and spread the virus to others. Even if it isn't COVID, great. You've saved yourself time. If it is COVID, we've saved a huge need to reach out to those 22 plus people that you somehow come into contact with on your daily basis. So.
And I think a follow-up question to that is, knowing that we are starting to have some of these sort of non-traceable community spread cases, how should that inform our behavior just in our personal lives?
Well, like we've been saying from the beginning, really try to limit the number of individuals you come into contact with on a daily basis. You'd be surprised, it goes a really long way in reducing the potential for the number of quarantines. Don't go places you don't really need to go. If you do need to go there, take precautions, wear your mask, wash your hands before and after you leave there. Avoid large social gatherings. I mean, if you want to sit on your back deck with your friends and socialize outside, wonderful. Not discouraging that at all, but it's when you bring that party inside and when you're now in a room with 4 or 5 people and you're eating or drinking, suddenly your risk goes up exponentially. So really trying to limit that interaction and that risk potential is really my advice to you. Limit where you go and who you interact with will dramatically reduce your risk. If you do have family or friends who come from out of town and insist on staying with you, insist they don't. Get them a hotel room and have them stay there. And if you want to, I have a couple of good examples, but I can't give them to you because this is Clear Creek County and you will instantly know who I'm talking about. So I would love to give you examples of what to do and what not to do, but I've gotten in trouble for that before, so I don't want to get too far in the weeds.
Sorry.
Limit your exposure is really what it's about, and wear this. This is a mask, and it really it speaks volumes about the people who wear it. And what you're doing for yourself and your community. It also says a lot about who doesn't wear it. But do that. It's a very simple request and very simple thing to do for your broader community. So
I noticed that the advice hasn't changed since the middle of March, which is wash your hands, social distance, wear your mask, limit contact, and it's the same answer every time. And then like we were talking earlier, it's on the curves. And I remember something you said right at the beginning of your answer just then made me a light bulb went off in my head. And I remembered that Crystal Brandt, back in March, I asked her that question when it first started. And she said, just presume that everyone has COVID, even though almost none of them do. Presume they all have COVID and act around them as though you're trying to prevent them from giving it to you. And that's the trick.
Yeah, I agree. And there's a reason that advice hasn't really changed. The primary reason is because they are all effective measures at stopping the spread of coronavirus, of the flu virus, of most viruses. So there's a reason for that. The other thing I forgot to mention is our safer at home level went from level 1 up to a level 2 because of the increase in incidence and the increase in test positivity. So we are now at a safer level 2. We're heading in the wrong direction. We will remain there until our numbers suggest otherwise. If we worsen, we will go towards 3. If we, in the next couple of weeks, correct course, we will automatically go back down to a level 1. Go ahead.
In the big picture, what are the most important changes in how we're operating right now? How does that change the seating in restaurants or anything else?
The only major change is really the total number of occupants in restaurants, for example, from 75 down to, I believe, 25 or 50.
From 175 down to 50, is that correct?
No, 75.
75 down to 50?
Yeah, 75 down to 50. Yeah, but most restaurants that exceeds their limit anyway, the exception of Bojo's. And I heard your little clip earlier about Bojo's contribution to the clinic. Thank you, Chip, very much. Much appreciated. The only other news I have is that we did receive the 500 new tests yesterday. We are in the process of understanding how it is that's the process for that. What do we need to do? How do we do it to implement those? Those are the tests, if you recall last week, through a contract with the state. These are cheek swab tests, so they're much preferred by all recipients as opposed to the brain biopsy procedure. They're 10% more accurate, so they have a 90% accuracy as opposed to an 80% from PCR. The third positive on them is they require less PPE from our side. So the nurses and the EMS staff are using less PPE when utilizing these tests because they're self-administered. You're handed the test, you do the cheek swab, put it back in and hand it back to the tester. So there's very little face-to-face interaction between us and those being tested. The fourth benefit is they have a guaranteed 48-hour turnaround time from the day they receive them. So right now, the state lab continues to be inundated. For the last several weeks, they've had anywhere from 13 to 20,000 tests a day. And as you know, the state lab's capacity is a whopping 5,000 a day. So they are behind and are very inconsistent in terms of what we're seeing from results. Sometimes we get them back in 18 hours and much to our shock. Other times it's 5-6 days before we're getting test results back. So we see this new test as a way to sort of guarantee that 48-hour window. And we're going to be utilizing them throughout the coming weeks to, one, test the system and see how it works. But also when we're in a situation where we know it might be 4, 5, 6 days before we get test results back from the state, we're going to send them out to this lab. And the lab is in California. That's going to be running them. No cost to the county, I might add. So thank you, state of Colorado. The other thing I wanted to mention next week, on Thursday, 2 days from now, I and Suzanne are doing a town hall, a virtual town hall from 6 to 7 p.m. on Thursday evening around COVID. Anyone and everyone is invited to attend. It will also be streamed live on Facebook. I'm a little nervous. It's my first debut on Facebook, so not sure how that's going to go. But all of the public is welcome. It's an open forum. We're going to have a little bit of presentation and some introductions. But after that, it's going to be a similar format to this, where it's questions from the community at large, trying to dispel just ridiculous lies and really try to get, most importantly, the facts out there so that they understand really what's going on, not only in our county, but across the state and across the country, more importantly.
And the flyer for that information is on our county website with the link to for the virtual forum. So we're hoping that this is yet just another way, to be able to engage the public. And so we ask for a little bit of patience in that, depending on how many people participate, we'll answer as many questions as possible. And if we'll assess at that point if this has been helpful for folks, and then figure out how to move forward. So thank you for hopefully participating on Thursday. Looking forward to it.
You're on mute, Randy.
We have a couple of questions on the Q&A. One of them, I think, has been answered. The first one regarding, are we getting this from larger gatherings locally, or is it just travel in general? And you've answered that. The other one is, given the significant increases in Clear Creek County cases, is public health rethinking the push to modify Halloween events? Is public health now considering canceling Halloween events under current circumstances?
Great question. As you know, Halloween is 3 weeks away. I don't know that I can technically cancel Halloween. I'm not really sure what that looks like. We can provide guidance we can continue to offer people suggestions. The state guidance has come out. They, like us, have discouraged trick-or-treating as we have known it for years in the door-to-door visiting and trick-or-treating, and have suggested, as we have for the last several weeks, smaller gatherings and doing sort of alternatives to trick-or-treating as we know it. So again, I would continue to stress that our traditional trick-or-treating is should not be really considered, and that you should try to find alternatives to that where you're not putting yourself and or your children at risk. And so it's really, you know, if the towns want to cancel formal trick-or-treating, I think they certainly have the ability to do that. I don't know that statutorily. I could ask Bob if he's on here, if I have the ability to cancel all pagan and or religious holidays moving forward. I don't know if that's even a possibility.
Any other questions? Well, with that, we're our next item on the agenda at 11:30, and it is currently 11:28, turning 11:29, is consideration of approval of resolution. Tim, Suzanne, everybody, thanks for being here today, and those of you that came in and at least attended, even if you didn't speak, Alyssa and everyone, so thanks for being around. Our next item is consideration of approval of resolution 20-99, site development case SDV 2018-0015, deviation from the standards contained in the Clear Creek County Roadway Design and Construction Manual for Leo Feldman, Saddleback Ridge Estates, Block 4, Lot 4, Filing 3, addressed as 799 Clear Creek Road. And Stoy, you're on, and I see that Mr. Feldman is here as well.
Hello, Commissioners. Thanks for hearing us today. We have, as you just stated, a deviation request to the driveway standards located in the county's roadway design and construction manual. The lot is located at 799 Clear Creek Road, which is in the Floyd Hill area. And the existing conditions at the lot there is a large drainage way that drains a significant drainage basin above the lot there through a road culvert system, a 32-inch culvert that then drains through the middle of this property. Outside of that drainage way, the drainage path there on both sides, it slopes up very steeply out of that drainage way all the way up to the respective property lines. The existing grades over the majority of the property are on the order of 60 to 80%. So a very steep lot, large drainage way in the middle. It is a zoned residential lot that Mr. Feldman has been investigating and evaluating the potential to develop the lot for a single family residence there, and has worked with the county site development department, our road and bridge department, to go through the process, look at different scenarios on how best to access the lot. You know, it's pretty clear in the conditions there that there is practical difficulties in developing a lot and a driveway and meeting all of the driveway standards just due to the steepness of the lot, and also near the majority of the accessible portion of the lot, the frontage on Clear Creek Road and the surrounding roads there, there is an existing intersection of two county roads, Up Valley Drive and Clear Creek Road, as well as another driveway that was constructed in the past that all kind of converge at this one intersection. And so there was some concerns about accessing near this intersection just due to the vehicle conflicts and sight lines and other concerns there when creating a new driveway connection at or near an intersection there. So we worked with Mr. Feldman to address these concerns. Been through several iterations on the design plans there, and have at this point found a design that satisfies or alleviates the vast majority of the concerns regarding the intersection and grades of the driveway near the connection with the county road. And those plans were presented to us in late July of this year. We've been working through the deviation process. It was referred out to the typical referral agencies, which include several permitting departments within Clear Creek County, the Clear Creek Emergency Medical Services, and the Clear Creek Fire Authority. We did not receive any objections from the referral requests or referrals to these agencies. We did receive a response from Fire Chief Babion of the Clear Creek Fire Authority, stating his approval of the deviation request there, that he did not have any concerns and was amenable to the county and the site development department moving forward with the permitting process on this permit. The results of the iterations and design changes there really moved the connection point away from the intersection to more of a straighter section of Clear Creek Road. So the sight lines for oncoming vehicles traveling in either direction are much better, and it does move it farther away from the intersection there, alleviating those concerns. The grades near the connection to the county road were reduced to the typical 4% requirement for approximately the first 10 feet, and then a maximum of 8% for the next 15 feet. So reduced grades within the first 25 feet to the connection of the road to help some safety concerns at the intersection there. Beyond the first 25 feet, the design plans show that the driveway slopes down towards the parking area for the residents at approximately 13.2%. And the maximum allowable driveway grades on a straight section of driveway, where they're showing this maximum of 13.2% is typically 10%. And so we would be increasing that from the maximum allowable 10% to the design plans showing 13.2%. In our resolution that I've drafted, should the Board of County Commissioners choose to approve that this request, I'll put in 14% in the resolution there to allow for some minor deviations during construction. I think 13.2% is a little too precise to be able to construct for a typical driveway there. So wanted to put 14% in there to allow them for some minor deviations as that's constructed and inspected. And again, at this time, they have reconfigured the driveway to meet all the other driveway standards and just the typical requirements that go along with the Board of County Commissioners granting a deviation to the driveway standards. They will be required to comply with the wildfire hazard mitigation plan requirements and any other details that are the typical requirements for any deviation. So really, what we're considering today is increasing the maximum allowable grade from the driveway from 10% to 14% or less.
And I read that your recommendation is approval.
It is, like I said, Mr. Feldman and his design team have worked with the county through the process there and alleviated our concerns. And of course, we would always prefer to have a driveway that met all of the driveway standards. But in this particular case, I think the difficulties, the topographic challenges there at the site do present a case where that would become significantly more difficult than is typical for most residential driveways there. And so the site development department does support this request and would encourage the Board of County Commissioners to approve this deviation request.
And I further note that you did refer to Clear Creek EMS, Fire Authority, County Sheriff, Building Department, Planning Department, Public Works, Environmental Health. The only response, and typically if you don't get a response, at least there's no objection. Fire Chief, the fire department has responded with approval.
Yeah, and then, from previous deviation requests, it's important for the site development department, and I think for the rest of the county that we get a response from the fire authority there. And so we have asked that the fire chief there do give us a response on these to help clarify their stance on any given request.
Thanks. Any comments? Any other questions?
A question, I guess it's maybe a bit of a more general question, but these requests come up frequently, and I think we have time to address them on a case-by-case basis, so that isn't where I'm going with this. But we are a unusually vertical county, even for the state of Colorado. Has there ever been any thought to maybe calibrating our requirements to more closely match the building conditions here in the county, rather than going through this exception process so frequently?
Yes, we have. I've looked at that. I believe it's been looked at in the past as well. And from my perspective, I don't think that that a blanket increase to the grade standards would be appropriate, because we are seeing from a lot of driveways, as most of you probably know, there's been a lot of driveways constructed in the past that don't meet that 10% and other grade requirements and other driveway standards found in our roadway design and construction manual. As these continue to crop up and as they've compounded over time, we see a lot of problems from private maintenance areas, as well as from the county's road and bridge maintenance operations for the county roads. Oftentimes from the grade standards, it creates a condition where it becomes difficult to meet the requirements at the connection to the road, causing some safety concerns and then some drainage concerns. I think we have made some concessions that are really above what most other jurisdictions allow. The 10% grade is fairly typical. There are some jurisdictions out there that do have, in mountainous areas, some jurisdictions will break up their jurisdiction into several different areas, and some that have steeper terrain, they'll have increased the acceptable grade up to a maximum of 12% that I've seen here in Colorado. We do have, I guess, an amendment to the 10% maximum grade standard that to help address some of these conditions, and while still alleviating some safety concerns about a steeper grade there, that our roadway design construction manual does allow grades up to 12% on southern facing aspects. And so if the slope where the driveway is being constructed is facing toward the south and receives typically more sunlight, then in those cases, at a staff level, we can allow a grade up to 12% on straight sections of the driveway. Beyond that, it's this board and previous boards of county commissioners have seen, we have pretty strict grade requirements through switchbacks. And so if it's a switchback curve, even for a single family residential driveway there, the maximum allowable grade is 4%. And then on larger radius curves, the maximum allowable grade is 8%. And those grade requirements can be challenging to meet for the same reasons that straight sections are on some of these steeper lots. And that's something that is not as typical if you look at other jurisdictions. Most jurisdictions have kind of a blanket maximum grade that would cover straight sections and curves. And so I think that's something that I'd like to evaluate in the future to maybe increase or the grade around curves, which will allow individuals and developers the ability to construct some of these driveways and still meet the grade requirements on a straight section more easily. We still have some concerns there, but on a lot of these 12-foot wide typical single family residential driveways, becomes difficult to meet those requirements, and in my opinion, not always necessary to be as low as 4% on these tight turns. So that's something that we'd like to consider, and as we evaluate that, we'll certainly look at the maximum allowable grade, both for the curves and the straight sections as well. It's something that I would like to look at. Since my time here, we have not really any changes or revisions to the Board of County Commissioners for our roadway design and construction manual where the driveway standards are found. And that's something that we've been working on since my time here throughout the document and specifically this chapter as well. So we'll continue to look at that, and hopefully sometime outside the busier permitting season, we can actually put those together and bring them to the board, likely for a work session first to get some feedback from the board, and then ultimately to revise the document.
All right. Well, thanks, Dwight. It sounds like you've given that a lot of thought. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I certainly echo and understand what Sean says, and at the same time, I think that maintaining a good, solid quality standard is a good idea, rather than to set standards to the worst condition. It seems to work. Our deviations we're pretty fair with, I think, and you always do a good analysis of them, and will not give us a staff recommendation for approval unless there's legitimate cause. And one of the concerns I would have is if we do too much of a blanket across the board in terms of our percent grades and stuff like that, other than to identify some of the areas, like you say, some of our switchbacks are just unrealistic for the majority of cases around here. Other than that, I think the concern would be that if you relax the standards to a much more relaxed position, then people on in lots of locations who could meet the standards we have right now will then they won't have an incentive to do that anymore. They won't be required to do it. And so almost anyone would, in the interest of cost, straighten out their driveway or design it in a less expensive manner to these really relaxed standards. So I realize it's a balancing act, but I would welcome seeing your recommendations on places that you think truly tend to usually be unworkable, but for which we could have, relatively safe solutions still.
And one thing I will add on that topic is that right now, our deviation process really, is pretty broad as far as what we're considering when we're evaluating these types of requests to state, exceptional topographic conditions or extraordinary and exceptional situation or condition at a specific property there, which is pretty broad. And so I think something that will help us in the future is if we actually define some criteria that we'll be evaluating in any given situation at a staff level, and for the Board of County Commissioners to have some more criteria that we could actually evaluate to help us decide on whether or not we would like to support one of these driveway requests or driveway deviation requests.
George?
Yeah, the only thing I was going to add.
George, can you turn up your mic again, please? It's really hard to hear.
Sorry, I'm using a different device. I keep putting my microphone in my lap.
Maybe a volume thing or something. Anyway.
Can you hear me better now?
A little.
Okay, so one way we could approach this would be to make some of this administrative. I really think that we need to have a standard that, per Randy's comment, encourages the best behavior where it's possible. And then when you want to go steeper, I know we do things like require more wildfire mitigation and other things. And so I would be okay with exploring making some of that administrative if that's a way to make this more efficient and still ensure, quality, safe, fiscally productive construction. And then as for the actual case that's in front of us here, I do have one question, which is, what considerations do we make for retaining wall height when we're allowing steeper driveways in some of these hard to build areas? I'm not able to tell from the plans how tall this retaining wall is. And I just don't know if our code as it exists right now really allows us to consider something like a preference for not seeing really large retaining walls in the community.
Yeah, it's very, very good comment, Commissioner, and yes, we, as far as I know, and certainly not in the roadway design construction manual, and I don't believe that we have anything in our zoning regulations that limit the height of a retaining wall. in other jurisdictions, you do see cases where they do limit those, or once they get to a certain height, they're required to be tiered in a certain way, or something that, and you know, and sometimes zoning regulations will also specify aesthetic qualities associated with retaining walls. At this point, I do not believe that Clear Creek County has any standards such as that that would limit the height of a retaining wall. In this particular case, the retaining wall that they're showing there, and we do have a separate retaining wall plan that's been provided to us that I did not include in the packet there. The maximum height of the retaining wall is approximately 18 feet, which is near the property line at the connection to Clear Creek Road. There is the highest point of the proposed retaining wall at that approximate 18-foot height. And then from that point, it gradually reduces the height until it reaches the house. And the overall length of the driveway, I think, is approximately 300 feet. So it's a very extensive retaining wall for a single-family residential site such as this. As you can see, from you know, a 300-foot up to 18-foot high retaining wall is a pretty large undertaking for developing a single-family residential lot, and that's just this particular case. And as I said, I don't think we have really any guidelines or standards at this point for retaining walls.
I think the one exception being, of course, and it's not a restriction on the height, but the one is that generally a retaining wall up to 4 feet is generally not required to be engineered and have an engineering stamp for that wall. Anything 4 feet and up needs to be engineered. That's as far as I know, that's the one standard we have for them.
That's right. Yeah, typically, you know, those less than 4 foot height retaining walls that are non-structural in nature do not require a separate permit or design for that. Something that I would like to see even on those walls in the future is that we are provided a detail for how that wall is to be constructed, but doesn't necessarily need to be engineered. But when we're looking at supporting the road, a driveway, or a county road, or potentially undermining a county road, even if it's less than four feet in height, would consider some of those cases to be structural retaining wall. And we want to see that the engineer, you know, design and approve of something like that. But you are correct. These smaller landscape type of retaining walls that are under 4 feet in height are permissible without any kind of particular design or oversight. And those can be tiered up a hillside. You know, we've seen multiple tiers in some cases there that become quite excessive. Right now, in our most recent revised regulations, that it does allow the 4 foot or under retaining wall without an engineered design or a separate permit. And they can be tiered as long as they're providing twice the horizontal distance as the vertical distance of the higher of the two tiers, or the tiered retaining wall. So if you have 4 foot tiered retaining walls, we would want to see 8 foot horizontal separation between those to eliminate, you know, them becoming a structural type retaining wall that's really retaining a hillside or other improvement or existing grade above that retaining wall.
Okay, so as I don't want to belabor this much more because it's not going to impact whether or not I approve this. Right. But since we're talking about it, I would like to ask my concern with our codes not addressing retaining wall height. As I read the master plan, one of the very consistent themes in the master plan is to retain the rural character of our communities, and I think large retaining walls don't achieve that goal. I'm not sure what an 18-foot retaining wall looks like, and not arguing against this approval. I just would like for our code to have some teeth that can allow us to make considerations like, does the construction of a retaining wall like this impact the rural feel of our neighborhoods? And so that stated, I have no further questions on this case and would be happy to approve it.
So with that said, I don't know that we need any other actions. I don't think we need public comment on these cases. So do I have a motion?
I think you do. And,
okay.
And you might want invite the applicant if the applicant has anything they want to share with you.
Well, certainly he's welcome to. Mr. Feldman, do you have any comments?
No. I just wanted to say thank you to Stoy for doing such a great job presenting it, especially since we've been working so hard, making sure everything is ready for you guys to look at. And so I just want to say thank you, for to Stoy for all the hard work he's put in today and other days. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman. Do we have any public comment on this case? Hearing none, seeing none, do we have a motion?
Sure. I move we approve resolution 20-99 site development case SDV 2018-0015, deviation from the standards contained in the Clear Creek County Roadway Design and Construction Manual for Leonid Feldman.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 And with that, it appears we have approximately 7 minutes until our 12 o'clock continued abatement for the Heimbach. So we'll be back at noon with that case.
Thank you all.
Hey, Beth, can you hear me? This is Grant Heimbach. I can't hear you though. Wait a minute.
Yeah, sorry,
Oh,
I had myself muted, but yes, I can hear you. You sound great.
Okay, I wasn't sure if I should speak up now to let you know that they don't have to take a break if they don't want to.
Well, I think because it's an action item, we have to wait until the actual time to start the consideration, but they should be back here shortly and
Okay.
we'll get going, but thank you.
Okay, can I ask you a question? What happened then to the item since, there was the big misunderstanding the last time it was scheduled to be, it was supposed to be the 2017-2018 abatement. What actually happened to that item? Because I thought it was going to be lumped into today's agenda, because again, the announcement I received from you didn't specify whether it was 2018 or 2020. And yesterday, Diane Settle said that today was only 2020.
Right, so I see Diane jumped on the line. Have you received a mailing from me yet or not yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, so basically, I know those went out, and you should be receiving from me the decision from the board on those first 2 years. Diane, jump in if I'm misspeaking. So, and then today, Diane is correct. We are just doing 1920. Is that right, Diane?
What's that now? We're doing 19 and 20 today, and then we'll have to set another meeting to do the 17 and 18 year.
Oh, okay. I thought it would be easier to do them both combined, but it's up to you.
We don't have all the information in the packets. We just
okay.
did 19 and 20 in the packets today.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because I would have been okay with doing them both today. Beth, I have another question for you. Unrelated to this particular agenda item, but with this property, and if I go to combine the lots, and I'm told by planning that I would need to take it to the county commissioners, how do I have that placed on the agenda? Do I contact you?
You actually have to go through the land use department, the planning department, to do the combination of lots agreement. And then that, whatever is entailed that goes along with that, and I know enough to be dangerous, they will, whatever needs to be brought forth to the county commissioners, they'll do that. Some things they can do administratively, and I don't know where that threshold is. So
my feedback from them is that it would have to go to the commissioners.
And then they would schedule it.
Okay.
Yeah, so once you complete the process with them, then they'll follow up with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
What time do we have here? Oh, okay, 3 months. So I guess the Colorado laws are that strict that you can't start even a few minutes early?
Yeah, I mean, our legal department likes to, stay on the times that have been posted in the publicly noticed agenda. So people are expecting things at certain times, and we just try to honor that as the agenda
sure.
a week ahead of time.
Sure.
So.
I just figured if we were all here, it's 6 of one, half a dozen, but it's, like I said, it's totally up to you. You run the show.
Okay.
One moment, I'll be right back.
Okay.
How are things going out there? I saw there was a large fire near Glenwood Springs, but that's close to a month ago. I haven't noticed any other major fires going, good news.
Our closest one is probably the Cameron Peak fire. So it's just, I think, what is it, Diane, by crow flies, maybe like 20 miles away.
Yeah.
And
that's not that far.
It's pretty smoky.
Williams Forks fire is only about a half mile away up on Jones Pass.
Woo.
Ooh.
Oh, there you go.
I tell you, I've never had a summer where I had so much smoke and air quality issues. It got so bad, I was actually walking the dog and I got seriously nauseous.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so, it's just unusual times, I suppose. Certainly not good. Thought I was going to have fire evacuees here last week. Had a major fire come right up into the backyard of a friend's house.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah. They've been evacuated 5 or 6 times in 3 years.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely not good.
No.
This time they...
Yeah. We are at noon.
Sorry.
We're at noon, and the next item on our agenda is a continued abatement for Heimbaugh. Diane, and I
Yes.
see that Grant Heimbaugh is on the line as well.
Yes, he is. You want me to go?
Sure.
Okay, these are 12 lots up in St. Mary's. We're on page 62. If you want a picture of the lots, they are on page 67. And outlined in green at the top left are the lots in question. And then the yellow squares around are the comparables that we used. And we used the same 6 comparables for all of the lots, as they are all similar. They're all steep, have no access to utilities, and but do have a road. And so, and those lots all sold between $4,000 and $5,000. And the only difference, and his lots are valued between, what do I have, 36,000 and 5,040. So those, based on the comparables and the sizes. And his lots range in size from 14,002 square feet to 21,203 square feet. So they, and they're all very steep, as I'm well aware. I've been up there and looked at them, as are the comparables. And I think our comparables do support our valuations that we have on all of these lots. And I think that's all I have.
My turn, or?
Unless the board has any questions.
Should I jump in now, or?
Sure.
Okay. I'd like to point out that the methodology, Diane was pointing to the comparisons done, and with the handout, the methodology really isn't made for an area like St. Mary's. It may work fine for a more standard subdivision, but one like this where you've got vast differences in slope and vast differences in the distance to services, which are, to virtually anyone who goes up there to look at property, the two major considerations. On the comparison tables, the only thing that's brought out about the distance to services, well, the distance is not mentioned at all. There's no adjustment made for that. It's purely a qualitative assessment where it says, does it have services? Yes or no. The services could be 100 feet away, or in my case, they're anywhere from 1,500 to 2,400 feet away. And also where it's evaluated for slope, the slopes for the comps, and I should say there's no adjustment for my properties made for distance to services. It's either a yes or a no. The grade distance I have is not adjusted for that. For the slopes on the comps range from 24 to 28 degrees below horizontal, which is an engineering grade of 24 to 56. Actually, yeah, 24 to 56%. The 56 being my properties. Those are all just rated as steep. Again, no accounting for whether it's 14 degrees below horizontal or 28 degrees below horizontal. It's extremely coarse. Well, there's no adjustment at all. But anyone would tell, any reasonable person would tell you they'd much rather have a 14-degree slope than a 28-degree slope, twice as steep. But again, no adjustment made for that at all. This methodology was applied to the hillside, the 12 lots in question, in 2003 when I bought them. And it had these lots appraised or assessed at $3,000 a piece, when in fact they sold for $1,000 a piece. In other words, it didn't predict the actual market value. It was way off. And when I brought it to the commissioners that year, they agreed with my argument and they adjusted it back and it went to $1,000, the actual sales price. And I'd also like to bring up that, as I put in my written abatement, that there are 6 lots over on Glacier Court that are actually the most similar to my lots. They're the only other lots that I'm aware of in the entire subdivision that were so unmarketable that they were sold as a group, a large group. Diane says that they don't have a road. Actually, I've consulted with other county staff and they've confirmed that yes, there is a road. They looked on it through air photos, and most likely a 4-wheel drive road that services all 6 lots on Glacier Court. And those properties have been assessed since 2003 for $1,100 each. Whereas mine have continually, except for 2009 when I won a an abatement hearing such as this. It went from 2009, I was assessed at 1,200. And then in 2017, the assessor's office started raising it again, even though Glacier Court has never been adjusted from the time it was sold in 2003. Even though they were sold for 50% more per lot than what I paid for the hillside properties. So there's clearly a huge inconsistency going on here. Are there any questions regarding that?
The Glacier Court lots do not have access. If you will look at page 92, you can see where that road goes, and it doesn't go along those lots, and they have no access.
Well, according to county staff, we looked at the Clearview map, I believe he was looking at, and he said, yes, there is a four-wheel drive road that he could see on the air photos.
Well, that's an aerial from our stuff, and that's the road is the gray area. There is supposed to be a road that goes in front of those lots, but it is not on the ground. And that's why they are valued lower, because they don't have access.
Well, even that alone wouldn't even begin to account for the differences. Because their slopes are in the 33 to 38%. That's a percent engineering grade. And that's a good 50% less steepness than what I have on Hillside. And that alone would cost a good $10,000 easily per lot to develop for the engineering on a foundation. Easily. The slope is really such a huge factor for anyone that's familiar with building costs. And so to disregard that, to lump a 24% grade along in with a 56% grade, clearly not taking into account real world values. Just to say that they're all steep. Clearly there's a difference between a 14-degree angle and a 28-degree angle. And you can't even comfortably, safely walk on the lots at the end of Hillside Road. And I wouldn't challenge, and it's certainly not a challenge to anyone to even try that. It's loose talus, it's very rocky, and basically, you know, it doesn't even pass the giggle test. So for that to not be, for the lot values not to be adjusted for that, I think it's just flatly wrong. Again, this model may work for other areas where there isn't such a vast disparity in slopes and in services. But for St. Mary's, the reality is that there is a vast discrepancy in service distance and in slopes. And so to not account for that, but to account for things such as square footage, whereas, you know, I'm dinged consistently for having large lots, but large lots don't mean anything if you can't even walk on them. Everything's gotten kind of backwards. Not saying that's the intent, but that is the result. And I'll throw it back to the commissioners.
Do we have any questions?
A question I have relating to the comments about slope. I think another way to phrase this is that steep may be too broad a category. And so I'm curious if those categories for the slope ratings are set in statute or if that's a local decision factor.
That's a local decision as far as, we are not engineers, so we don't go out and measure the slope of every lot. We rank them as we see them in the field. Level, sloping, or steep.
Right.
I'd like to interject that I used a 7.5 minute USGS quadrangle map I'm an engineer myself. I use engineering dividers and an engineering scale. So I came up with these numbers as objectively as anyone could possibly accomplish it.
So my question, Mr. Heimbaugh, is when you calculated that slope, is that an average slope? Is that the steepest slope?
That's an average for the area in question. Yes.
Does it vary?
For my properties, it varies a little bit from the first of the 12 lots to the very end of Hillside Road. Checking my numbers here, it goes from roughly a 50%, this is engineering grade, rise over run, change in vertical over horizontal distance.
Right.
To a 56%. That's, for those who are thinking more about protractor angle, that's about 27 to 28 degrees below horizontal.
So for those who are thinking trigonometrically, so you averaged the 50 to 56% and took the tangent of 50 to 56%, and that is a 28-degree angle. Or if you take 28 degrees and hit arc 10, you come up with a tangent, which is going to give you the percent grade, which is 53%. Either way you go, the inverse. And the reason I bring that up is that, and I can't, it's a lot more complicated than just this one single thought, but we just approved a driveway deviation for a lot in Saddleback that had 60 to 80% grades. And so it's, I don't know that 53% or 28 degrees renders it an unbuildable lot. And without seeing the two lots and comparing them more objectively, I couldn't say. But certainly,
I'm not saying it's unbuildable. I'm sorry, I'm not saying it's unbuildable. I'm just saying it greatly affects the cost to build.
Right.
The valuation of the property.
Right. Okay. Thanks. I just want to put some mathematical perspective to it.
Yeah. 60-some% grade and for a driveway?
No, not for the driveway. Just like your lot, the slope of the lot was 60 to 80%, and so they had to engineer for that to be able to get a driveway in, and saw us about a driveway.
Okay, okay.
So I'm just putting it in relative terms to try to understand a lot of the Saddleback that's being.
Right. That makes a lot more sense. Sorry, because I knew your limit in the county, I believe, is 10% grade for driveway grade. So, okay, you had me stunned a little bit. But yeah, if someone's willing to spend enough money, they can deal with some pretty severe slopes. But as you know, then it takes money, plenty of it.
So from a policy perspective, I mean, there's a bit of a slippery slope when it comes to
I can't hear.
My apologies. From a policy perspective, there's a bit of a slippery slope when it comes to trying to grant abatements because of steep slopes. We've got steep slopes all over the county that are built on, and the costs are increased. And I think that's reflected in the levels that we have. By the time something is steep, it's steep and it's harder to build on. And so we adjust the value down for that. And I think that value has been adjusted down for that.
It hasn't been adjusted. It's given the same value as those that are half the slope.
Well, yeah, it's something that's also steep. So I don't know if I'm persuaded by that. As far as distance from utilities, I think we value a lot of property that is nowhere remotely close to any municipal type utilities, and homes come with exempt wells. These properties come with well exemptions, and so you can have access to those utilities on site. And I tend to agree with the location rating as well, seeing that it is on a road. That's just my 3 points.
Any other questions or comment?
No, I agree with George. I mean, we've sat in on many of these and heard a lot of good arguments, and we heard another one today from Mr. Heimbaugh, and I think you're well prepared. But I also think that the the assessor's recommendation falls within the state statutes.
Okay. Do we have any further discussion? Any further comment? Do we have a motion?
And for the case number, it's not on the agenda like it usually is.
Yeah, I was just scrolling back down. I just scrolled all the way up to the agenda, and then I'm just scrolling back down. I believe the
20-87.
I move that we accept the assessor's recommendation of denial for case 20-87.
Second.
further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next item, our 12:15 item now, and it is 12:19, is a work session to discuss the 2021 Clear Creek County Employee Benefit Proposal. Kate?
Yes, thank you again, commissioners. Beth, Mr. R. Connolly is in the attendees, and he's from Lockton, our benefit broker.
I just crossed him over.
Yeah, he might need to step in at the end of this. Lockton did do thankfully, some good negotiations with Cigna for health insurance. And let's see if I can I share my screen here? There we go, is it working? Ah, can you see it here? So Cigna initially came up with a renewal of 6% for an increase, but after Lockton negotiated with them, they actually came back with a no market renewal with a pass rate, rate pass, for 2021, meaning basically we have a zero increase for 2021. But Cigna also proposed to us to have two different types of options, continue on with some sort of the partial self-funding, or go to level funded, which is 100% self-funded, which is a little more of a scarier proposition, and we don't get to recoup all of the excess that we might have in the next year from being self-funded. Because in that option, Cigna would get to still keep, I believe, a third of the monies, and we would get to keep the other part, but we don't get to keep all of it. The graded preferred platform, I'll let Rick Conley talk a little bit about that, but that was another option that was proposed to us, and we are suggesting that we go to there, but I'd like for him to discuss how that works because it's a little bit hard for me to kind of gather. So just so you can see for our benefits for 2021, there's basically, we had already did a rate guarantee on all of our other benefits. The only two that we had to discuss with our benefit providers was dental and of course Cigna for the medical or health insurance. And those are no changes whatsoever for the cost, which is yay for us with COVID and everything else. It's a good thing. There is some slight changes to the health insurance plan. There will be the patient assurance program that we have decided not to opt out of. That was an opt-out piece that we could do or not do, but this would help our diabetic employees with a minimal cost to us of anywhere from a 0.1 to a 0.2% increase. So it's like extremely minimal. It would be a much better program for them to give them an out-of-pocket cost for insulin at $25 for a 30-day supply and a $75 for a 90-day supply. So trying to keep them to where they don't end up in the emergency room, which is a great thing. The pharmacy claims engine, I believe they're changing that from the one pharmacy to another one. So with that, we will get some new ID cards for our health insurance because of that. Not really any other reason other than that. The Cigna Omada is a new piece to the health insurance as well. This is a program that's supposed to help those that are at risk for diabetes or heart disease can be accepted into this program based upon them they will be reached out by Cigna to see if they want to participate in this and to see if it can help them with getting those potential risks under control. The Embark benefit protection, that one is an interesting one that has been added on. It is going to cost us a whole 99 cents per member per month for this, and these are for super expensive gene therapies that are being used, I guess, by a few. Not sure if they're being used by any of our members, but these are costs that can really help what I understand, but this one is $850,000 per treatment for the eyes. This one's $2.1 million per treatment for spinal and muscular atrophy. So they have added that into the plan. And then there's also the virtual benefits education that they have added into there as well that we will have access to. So those are those things. Other than that, I will let Rick talk about this going from our level funding, going over to graded funding. Just understand that this is on the employer side. The employee will not see any increases. Nothing will change to them. It's just how we are paying for it on the back end, being the employer paying for the benefit itself. Rick, are you out there? Are you able to jump in?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you still hear, or is that okay?
Yep.
Good.
Okay. Well, there's two funding options. You're currently self-funded now. Both are self-funding options. The level funding is one that you're on now, and what that means is you actually share a surplus with Cigna if there is a surplus at the end of the year. So your plans run from January through December.
Between January and the end of March, they do a reconciliation, and then if there's a surplus, you'll share. You get 2/3 of that surplus back, and Cigna retains 1/3 under the current arrangement. For the last 2 years, that reconciliation has resulted in a surplus. So Cigna has received some of that benefit. And for this year through August, there is a surplus again. We don't know what the rest of the year is going to look like, but there's a fairly significant surplus so that Cigna would share in that too. What it means is, you know, you've run pretty well over the last 3 years. And what you're doing is giving up some of that surplus for the funding option and the protection it provides. Moving to graded funding, which is just another self-funded option, means that the county would actually get to retain all of that surplus. And you retain it as you go. You don't, with the level funding surplus, you need to renew with Cigna in order to get that surplus. So if you decided 1 year that you had a surplus, but you didn't want to renew with Cigna, you would lose the benefit of that. With graded funding, you actually get that regardless of the renewal, because you get to see those savings as they occur each month. One of the things that now happens is for terminal runout reserves. So being level funded or being on a self-funded platform, at the end of the year, some claims are incurred. They've been incurred in maybe November, December, but they aren't actually paid until the following year. So that's what's called a terminal reserve. Right now, Cigna holds those terminal reserves. So if you ever decided to leave, they would pay any runout. If we move to graded funding, the county would need to hold those reserves and be responsible for any runout. So that's one potential increase in liability or cost. With level funding, all of the costs are set on a monthly basis based on the population that's enrolled. So each month, if the population stayed the same, as far as people enrolled in the plans, you would pay a set amount, and you know exactly what that is. With graded funding, fixed costs, which are your insurance administration, stay the same, but your claims would fluctuate each month up and down based on actually what is paid during that month. So there could be, depending upon the claims activity and amount of claims incurred, there could be some significant fluctuations there. It just depends. So I guess on a cash flow basis, you just need to be able to do that. And then as far as medical plan designs, they're all the same. There's going to be no change in the plan designs you have under level funded for medical or under graded funding. And then depending upon, so right now you pay in, as I mentioned, each month a set amount. There is no risk deposit. If you went to graded funding, Cigna would set some type of credit risk deposit depending upon how you wanted to fund your claims. If you wanted to fund them like weekly or daily, the risk deposit could be zero or very small. If you decide to fund monthly, it could be a little bit more. So it would be more like 1 month or 2 months worth of expected claims would be that risk deposit. And that's just so, you know, if they had to pull money out and it might not be there for some reason, they have this to fall back on. And then the final year accounting, as I mentioned, it takes place between January and March of the following year, and then any surplus comes back is shared in the 4th month. With graded funding, there is no year-end accounting. It's just whatever the year ends, it ends. You get to keep whatever surplus you've accumulated throughout the year because you don't pay it. And so it's just in your bank accounts or in the county's reserve amounts. And then for administration, same, customer service, the same. ID cards are coming out anyway, I think, as Kate mentioned, just because of the change in the pharmacy, but there will be one because Express Scripts is the pharmacy benefit manager. So those are kind of the highlights of what it means to move from one platform to the other.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen something like this, but it looks to me almost like the difference between working with Excel to get the same payment for your utilities year round.
Sorry, I can't hear.
Can everyone else hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like it's kind of similar to, like, you can work with Excel to get the same utilities, knowing that you'll spend more in the winter here in Colorado than you will in the summer, versus a month by month pay as you go, and you're going to actually have to pay for the out of pocket or for whatever your costs are. And I guess the question is for Brent, who I see is here, but he's muted and hidden. Does it matter from us from a financial operations perspective? I mean, it seems like the obvious answer would be we want to pick the plan that has the lower overall costs to the taxpayers if it has similar benefits.
Correct.
And do we think the graded plan is going to have lower overall costs?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. I had one other question, and then I think we mentioned 3 years, things have been going pretty well. I remember, I think it was Randy, in my first year, there was some unlucky, I don't know exactly how to characterize it, but we had some significant expenses due to some employees who needed the care, and it's great that we have a plan that was able to support them. And I know that that tended to push up our costs afterwards. Is it true that now that we have had 3 years of better experience that we're headed back in the right direction, and that might be one of the contributing factors in addition to Lockton's good representation for why we didn't experience an increase this year?
Yes.
Is there anything else? I mean, we talk about wellness in related contexts, and I know that one of the goals of the wellness program is to make people healthier so they can enjoy their lives more. And then from a selfish perspective, so that they can be more productive and miss less work and not get sick. Is there anything that we can be doing as a county to reward? Because I know a lot of healthcare costs are related to elective lifestyle choices that all of us make on a day-to-day basis. And there's things like the EAP and the wellness program to help encourage people making responsible choices for their own benefit. Is there anything else that we can be doing to drive our costs lower and drive our employees' health higher?
In general, I would guess that there are things that we could do both through the wellness and so forth, but it's been kind of this year's been a struggle. But yes, we could encourage employees more to participate in physical type things, and the type of care that you offer to employees for participating in those typically has to be something that's more than just a water bottle or a nice towel. So that has been the consensus in general. And then whether or not we want to change our health insurance plans to change that as well for, you know, lifestyle type choices, type medicines and so forth. We could do that as well, but I don't think that's quite necessary. I think is where we want to go, like you were saying, is more with the wellness piece.
Yeah, I wonder if it's something that's worth circling back on, just because as a society, we've gotten so much better at doing remote things by necessity over the last 6 months. And I remember hearing at another meeting, some employees had commented that there had been coaching resources available to the employees at some point in the past.
Yes,
and that was something
awesome.
greatly appreciated. And I think it fell off because the person that happened related to their inability to be physically present. So I wonder if that's something that we could look at.
Certainly, we could look at that. I mean, it was a huge cost, though, to the wellness program. So we have to look at that again. But it was definitely well worth it. I mean, there were some people that greatly appreciated it a great deal. It helped them with weight loss. It helped them with psychological type things. And in all actuality, it helped them to eat better. It helped them to figure out what they could do for exercise, etc.
Yeah, and like I said, maybe it's available in a safe and remote manner that probably would be more cost effective now too.
It might be now, yeah.
So my understanding of this proposal is it could lower our cost. It should lower our costs, but it also increases our risk exposure. Should we have? Are you guys able to hear me? My apologies. My understanding is also increases our risk exposure. Should we have someone on our staff with, an expensive problem? Is that accurate?
Potentially, there is a risk for some higher claims if you maxed out your liability. It wouldn't be probably any one person because you do have an individual stop loss insurance at $50,000. So that is protection on every individual that's on the plan. It would be more if there were multiple people like that, where I think if you ran over, according to our calculations, if you maxed out your liability this year compared to and moved to graded funding versus level, there's probably a $56,000 potentially increase on maximum liability based on the number of people that are on the plan now. But there is a little more risk, as you mentioned. I mean, it's, the county has run fairly well and your experience has gotten better, which has driven your renewal this year and even impacted your renewal last year a little bit. You've had some large claimants that have dropped off the plan, which helps. So, all in all, experience you're self-funded. So your own claim experience dictates most of the activity on the renewal side of things. It's just more for a couple of reasons. If you run well, you get to retain 100%. If you want to move in a different direction from a Cigna to some other carrier, some other type of medical plan, whether it be more interactive for coaching or whatever it is that Cigna doesn't provide, and you want to move somewhere else, then you're kind of locked in under this level funded if you have a surplus, because every year you have to renew to get it. And so if you don't renew, it would go away. That's one of the downsides of level funding. It's great because it's level. You know exactly your liability. You can walk away, but you have to renew to get it. And, last year, I know the surplus was fairly significant. This year, it's fairly significant where there'd have to be a pretty viable option that is significantly better to be able to move away.
What was it last year?
I think the overall surplus was like $350,000. So you retained, Cigna got maybe 110 or 15, and you retained the rest of that. And this year, actually, it's higher, at least through August. We don't know what the rest of the year will look like.
So I think George asked a good question. Is it fair to say that things tend to average out over time? So if we end up taking a kick in the shins one year because of some unfortunate timing, that there's a good chance that we would make that up and more over the next 2 or 3 years if things return to normal?
Yeah, I mean, things do average out. I mean, if you talk to underwriters and you talk to actuaries, I would think that any 1 out of 4, 5, 6 years, you're going to have a bad year. And then the other years should be more normal. I mean, that could be impacted if you had one individual on your plan that has significant ongoing claims that are very, like a hemophiliac or somebody that's, has ongoing claims. But right now, there aren't any that we're aware of. So it will average out over time, and you will have a bad year at some point in time, unless you're, contrary to the norm. Yeah, it just happens. People get sick. This year, with some of the utilization, I don't know that it's really been experienced by your plan, but there has been a downturn because people haven't had access to care because of COVID-19. But we haven't seen an uptick in claims in the last couple of months either, or very minimal one.
And that's been my experience as well. We've kind of done roller coasters with some years having bad claims, and then other years it's been just really great. So.
I'll give the coaching resource one more quick plug. I mean, if we're able to save hundreds of thousands of dollars, hopefully we could find some money to help our employees with that.
Agreed.
Yeah, and I don't know if I've heard it in as many words, but I think the recommendation is we move to graded funding. Is that correct?
Can't hear you, George. Sorry.
I was confirming the recommendation is that we move to the graded funding system. If that's the case, I'm fine with that.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Was that, did we have two people that agreed with that proposition? Because you're looking for staff direction. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much.
I thought I nodded my head, but I'll do.
All right, super. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
So with that, we're at 12:42 for our 12:30 break for lunch. We should be back at 1 o'clock for a quarterly update with CDOT. So we now have an 18-minute lunch break.
Hello.
Hey, Neil. Good to see you.
Good to see y'all as well. How we doing?
Perfect.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
Well, it's 1 o'clock, and as I am looking across the screen, I don't think I see Sean right now.
I don't think you do either.
Do you? That's
I do not.
Well, let's give it just about 1 or 2 more minutes here and see if Sean shows up. Give him a quick text.
Neil, did you ever get that rocket off the ground?
Nope, we've been trying for years, and one of these days, you know, it'll happen for us, but not yet.
Looks good though.
All right. Well, are we gonna still wait another couple minutes? I think I'm gonna start the presentation, and then me and Mike, we're gonna tag team this one. That works?
Let's give it a minute, Neil.
Great.
While we're waiting, I'll pass along a comment that I received about the construction company, I think probably employees of Graham. Someone noticed they were walking late at night pretty close to the construction site and noticed that the staff was being very careful to make as little noise as possible. I think he said they appeared to be, can you hear me well?
You started dropping off a little bit, George.
Yeah, you were steady, and then you dropped off a little bit.
Okay, we'll try again now. How about that?
That's better.
So yeah, what he was saying is that the staff on this construction site appeared to be almost sneaking in their effort to be quiet and help people sleep. So just wanted to pass along the compliment.
I see Sean here now.
All right.
So this is Mike Kelman. I apologize. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I was having technical difficulties, you know, it's from one thing to the next. So, but you can hear my lovely voice now. So Neil, if you want to go ahead and kind of roll through this, I'll just chime in or answer questions as they come my way. I apologize for the delay on my side.
No problem. You're good.
No, that's fine. Can everyone see the screen?
Yep.
All right. So I guess just real quick intros, just so everyone knows who's on here. Neil Ogden with CDOT West program. We've got Mike Kellerman, who's the program engineer with CDOT West program. We've got Julie George, who's our government liaison for CDOT. Is that correct, Julie? Did I get that right? Awesome. We've got Paul Jositis, who's the Region 1 Transportation Director. We've also got Brett Spahn, who's our Maintenance Director. Is that correct title, Brent?
Deputy Director of Maintenance.
All right, thank you. We've got Jeff Tackenhorse, who is our maintenance, I think he is the maintenance superintendent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Paul Fox, who is the deputy. And I think, is that all the CDOT folks we've got on here? We got Jordan Rudel, who's our planning manager as well. All right, so I'm roll through this pretty quickly. I don't think we have a ton of new updates since our last meeting was only a couple months ago. We'll hit some just project updates briefly, talk some water quality, then into maintenance, and then opportunity for questions and discussion. So just some updates on Floyd Hill. So as we're advancing through our NEPA and preliminary design process, what is starting to emerge is the Canyon Viaduct alternative as the preliminary preferred alternative. And so this is information that we've shared with our project leadership team, our technical team, and I will just note that this is not final. And we are still reviewing our environmental documents internally, and then those will go to FHWA to review as well. But that is what this is pointing to at this time.
One other thing I'll throw in there, Neil, just real quick, is like I said, we're at 20% design, right? And so the next bullet will be the procurement schedule update. We've spoken with the Executive Oversight Committee, which is CDOT, HWA. We're really at that point in time where we've kind of almost exhausted our resources, our expertise, if you will, on making educated decisions about the two alternatives, the viaduct versus the tunnel. And we really feel that now is the time to get a contractor and a designer on board to help us answer those questions. That will hopefully really lead to an obvious choice here. And so that's kind of where we're at, the pinnacle of where we're at this point. We'll get questions like, come on, don't you think it should be the tunnel, or don't you think it should be the viaduct? It's like, I don't think we really know. Like Neil said, through the environmental clearance, it's tipping the scales one way, towards the viaduct, but I'm like eager, I'm chomping at the bit to sit down with a contractor and designer and go, let's explore some of our assumptions and let's look at, what expertise you can bring to the table. And I think that's the beauty of the MGC process.
That's right. Thanks, Mike. And then just to piggyback off that a little bit, the way that our environmental team has structured this is really looked at, the wide swath of alternatives here and really didn't eliminate either of the alternatives. And so as we advance into preliminary and final design, there will be opportunities for refinement. And then we'll get that contractor input to help us make those informed decisions. So questions on that piece of the, all right. So then just tying these next couple bullet points together. So we're working with our executive management team in terms of what this timing looks like for the procurement and final design, procurement of the contractor and final design, and we're working to get those final approvals on what this actually looks like. We definitely want to make sure that we've got our ducks in a row, have everything lined up, and a consistent message to the public on how we're going to do this. And so, we were planning on going out pretty quick, but we're just working through these final approvals, and we'll provide more schedule updates as they become available. Obviously still a statewide priority for CDOT. I just want to make sure that the public understands, where we're going with this, as well as stakeholders in the corridor. So questions on that?
Yeah.
Mike?
Let me chime in real quick on that one, Neil. Just, I think we were again, checking boxes as we're moving the process forward. I think we're very excited, like Neil said, to get a contractor and a designer on board to help us out. And there were just some questions at the executive oversight committee level that we were going to take a look at, and it doesn't greatly impact our schedule. I think they're good questions to have, such as, how confident are you in the funding, and where is that money going to, what does that story look like? And so I think the good news is the way that I've tried to explain this is we kind of have parallel paths here with CMGC where we can, start getting a contractor on board and the designer, and then also really start knocking down where this funding is going to come from versus, your traditional design bid build where the money's got to be in the bank before you go out and start to advertise. So, like Neil said, still very much a regional priority. And, as we, get more updates, we'll definitely share that with you. But I think we're expecting, in the next 3 to 4 months to really have a good solid direction here and, have those answers for management and to move this process along.
Hey, this is Paul Justitis. I just wanted to chime in a little bit on what Mike was saying there as well. Yeah, this project is a priority for CDOT. As you all know, we do have a funding project leadership team that's underway. And the other thing that we're busy working on right now is a financial plan for the project. These large projects typically have a financial plan. And so that's something that we've been working on, but we want to go a little farther before we go farther on this project. And that's just to answer some of those questions about funding timing, how much funding can we expect, when can we expect it, and how does that relate to the overall schedule for the project. And then of course, as you all know, with that funding PLT, we're looking at a lot of different things on what makes sense and how we would fund, what amounts to a $700 million project and how we'd go about doing that.
Amy?
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the CSS process, which is just for this group, if there's anybody in the community listening, the context-sensitive solutions, as probably most people know, is a process by which community stakeholders can weigh in and offer their feedback and perspective on the different alternatives. And that process will continue through the process of arriving at final design. The community and the technical team, which is the different subject matter experts, will be at the table with the designer and have a chance to make sure things like local emergency response, local concerns like recreation, water concerns, environmental, and other concerns that people on the ground in Clear Creek County have a unique perspective on will be able to sit around the same Zoom table with the designer and have that conversation, weigh in and record that information, create a tracking sheet to record that for the duration of the project. And that's just been a productive process through the westbound peak period lane project, and I expect it to continue. And it's been going great so far, and the path forward seems to be well documented, and I feel very positive about it going forward.
And I would add to that some of the things we learned from some of the early the eastbound PPSL, which ran pretty well, but there were some opportunities to learn there, as well as the interchange projects that we learned that the actual construction period that tech team CSS process needs to continue throughout, as it is with the westbound PPSL, so that we're able to respond in real time to the unintended consequences sometimes, or in some cases failures, or just things that are happening on the project, so that we're able to mitigate the consequences of the project as we go, to maintain mobility for our local population and the population at large. In other words, when things come up, and that process is a great way for the contractors and CDOT and the local, local population to maintain as fluid a process and as successful a process as possible during construction.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Amy and Randy as well. Last couple bullets here are just schedule updates for when our environmental assessment, that's what EA stands for. I apologize for that. So we anticipate that coming out, which will make the recommendation of the preferred alternative in November of 20. And then once that comes out, we will have a virtual public engagement event that given that it's over the holidays, we're thinking it's going to go over the 30 days required and probably into early next year, just so we make sure we capture all of our public input. So back to the CSS process, our project leadership team will be involved in developing those materials and approving those materials, just so everyone has an opportunity to see those before they go out to the general public. So those are kind of the big next steps on Floyd Hill and updates. Any other questions before we move on? All right, hearing nothing, we'll keep rolling. So next one is westbound peak period. I think everyone's very familiar with this project as you live and dream and work through this one. The good news is we are nearing the finish line. So I think Jeff Hampton, who's the project engineer, has done a really good job managing, communicating, and getting this project out the door and constructed. So what you're seeing out there right now is final lift. So that's the top surface out there. So really just tying everything together, making it a smooth, rideable surface. So that's ongoing throughout the project limits. I think we got a lot of it done. The bulk of the work and the majority of the impacts are in the exit 240 or the State Highway 103 interchange area. So that's an area that we are looking to improve some safety, improve the drainage features, and also replace the barrier through that section. And so Jeff and his team are working on traffic shifts to accommodate that work, which is very challenging. And I know that he's planning on providing updates to the community and to the public, on a as needed basis, which will be coming out in the next couple of days, just to show how this is all going to fall into place and see what those impacts are. So this is, again, the most impactful and probably most challenging part of the project, but they're hitting this thing head on and trying to get in and out as soon as possible.
Yeah, hey, let me just chime in here. I apologize, I had to kill my video. I'm trying anything and everything to maybe keep connected to you guys. One of the things, and Paul, please chime in on this one as well. But one of the things Paul asked us to do is really take a look at what it would take to make sure that new lane is built. I'm not going to say open, but is built, so that way, for plowing operations, and we have that extra width, there through the winter time, and just gives a little bit less of that luge feeling that you're in. You're pinched in to two lanes and going up there. And then a week or two ago, our director Lou, came to us and kind of raised the stakes and said, what would it take to get that lane to where we don't have any drums or any other kind of traffic control devices there, and to get it to function just like, and I'll clarify my statement here, the eastbound, to where, we would just have the signs, overhead signs saying this lane is closed, again, to provide that width and that a little bit more, for people to drive during, the winter time period. And so that is really what we're looking at doing right now, and assisting the contractor to help them to meet that goal by maybe looking at extending lane closures, daytime lane closures. And I think that this is a benefit. It's kind of one of the short-term pains for long-term gains. With temperatures, we get better temperatures for paving. We get a couple extra hours to get the work done, with the hope being that, right before Thanksgiving or shortly thereafter, that we would have that lane, and also that we would be able to probably, and Paul, please chime in on this one if I'm misspeaking here, to have it be tolls waived through the holiday season and while we're doing our testing. And that would just be, like I said, very similar to the eastbound lanes, to where It wouldn't be open, Monday through Sunday. It would just be open during peak times of traffic going westbound. And it would be the overhead boards would basically say, again, tolls waived due to testing and things like that. Paul, would you like to maybe add a little bit to that?
Yeah, I guess I would pose a question to the group on the call here a little bit too. We're in a position where we could potentially finish all of the heavy civil items, all the paving, all the striping, get all the barrier off the road, get all the cones off the road, and literally be finished, maybe let's call it late November, early December. So before the Christmas holiday, rather than we could find ourselves in a situation if we don't increase the work hours that we have available out on the corridor, where we're not in that position. So we go through a winter with concrete barrier, unpaved road with, I'm sure you all know there's ruts out there. There's longitudinal joints that are not in great shape. The striping, is looking good, but it's construction zone. And so what we'd like to do is take advantage of the good weather and the low traffic volumes that we're seeing. The risk is we may see some expanded delays in the corridor while we rush to get this project finished. And then what we've also talked about is we're going to be installing the actual tolling equipment all the way. It probably won't be operational until about June of next year. But that's not something that really impacts traffic so much. It's just a question of installing all that equipment and then getting it tested. But we would be potentially in a position where we could waive tolls on some of the peak holiday weekends in the westbound direction, take advantage of that lane until we can get all the toll equipment operational next year. But like I say, in order to get to that point, we're going to create some additional delay in the corridor. Now, the good news is the volumes have been fairly low. They are rising back up, but it's not quite where it was last year. I mean, there are some days where it's been worse than last year, but COVID has influenced the traffic patterns in some other ways as well, good ways, less traffic ways. But anyway, I am curious what the group on this call thinks about that. Do you think a little bit of more pain to get this project done before winter would be worthwhile? I guess I'll start and I'll say I think there's a lot of value to that. It's not great for our plows to maneuver through there. It's a bumpy road. There's going to be potholes over the winter if we don't get it paved. So there are some pros to it for sure.
Yeah, Paul, and I'll add on real quick. If I'm sitting on this call, I'm like, well, what kind of pain are you talking about here? I think Jeff was, again, looking at traffic out there. Jeff Hampton, the project engineer, was Monday through Thursday, letting the contractor start those nighttime closures maybe an hour or two earlier, and I think that's based upon observation that the traffic volumes are lower at that point. And then the same thing coming off the night crew of extending it. And I think, and I'll get you guys the exact numbers, but again, an hour or two later into the morning. All of this, of course, is subject to change. If we really see, the message of the contractor would be is that we can pull this back at any point in time that we want to. If traffic is starting to build up and we're getting phone call after phone call, we can pull it back. So that, and then, just some utilization there at 240. Right there in town, the eastbound, we've got a lot of work to do in there of kind of like one of those standard, we close down a lane or two for 3 days and we get in, we get out 24/7, get the work done. And then it's safer and it's not like this lengthy kind of phasing. So those will be things that we'll be bringing to you guys to kind of to take a look at. So again, I felt like I needed to add in there. It's not like we're going to close the highway down for 3 months and say, good luck getting home, folks.
Well, I think one thing that would be helpful would be, in general terms, that sounds very reasonable, but with specificity, when it begins to achieve when it begins to dictate it's helpful to know when those closures are specifically, because each time along the way, there's going to be something that may have different implications depending on the day of the week and the time of day. And some of the lessons that I referred to earlier that we learned were, for example, when closures extended through that embarkation point, when people were getting to schools or getting to work or doing things different directions, and it impacted a critical moment, in local mobility. So I think the tech team process that we're using to do that so far, it's a reasonable sounding request. The tech team process allows us to look at that on a week by week basis and sometimes day by day basis. Where if something, it sounds like a great idea, but then it's not working and it's having a heavy impact. The difference between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock is an example. When we had closures on the eastbound project and some of the other interchange projects, we had announcements of closures that were going to happen at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, and then somebody would be ready for the closure. The crew would be ready for the closure by 7:45, and so they went in and closed the highway, and had a tremendous impact on people's ability to make work in Denver or make the school on Floyd Hill or wherever they were going. And so, those are really critical components of how those decisions get made. So I think it's, in my opinion, just this one commissioner, all I could do is answer it in general terms on today with the level of specificity we have, which is we're thinking about changing some things up and putting more pressure on. I agree with trying to make use of that weather to the extent that it doesn't have a tremendous paralyzing effect. Our businesses and a lot of people have been impacted already quite a bit by, just as you have, by COVID. The project has benefited in a sense from the reduced capacity, the ability to move more, but we just want to make sure we don't have undue impacts on businesses or anything else while we're doing it that are unreasonable. And to that, beyond that, I couldn't, until you said, well, we'd like to change this from 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock or from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock or whatever the ask is, it's pretty hard to answer.
So I have a probably much shorter answer, which is I don't live, I'm not really directly affected by it, so I'm not really sure how much my opinion should matter in this conversation. But I do think that the opinions of our business owners and our residents in that part of the county do matter. And so whatever we do, I would like to see us make sure that we have an opportunity for folks to weigh in on that. Just looking at it as an engineer, anytime you can pull in the schedule and take risk out of the project, you're probably also going to take costs out of the project. That's probably a good thing, but I don't really feel like I am armed to really understand what the impacts are for the folks who live over there.
So yeah, so these are all good comments, and built into our CSS process is kind of the way I would suggest that we approach this, with that level of detail, and get those folks' input before we advance this. Does that sound like a plan?
I'm curious. I imagine a similar conversation's happening in Idaho Springs, knowing that they're the ones with the 1041 authority through that area. How have they responded to this request? Has it been brought to them?
Mike, have you been part of those conversations? I know that we've been engaged and definitely been coordinating with them to minimize those impacts.
Yeah. To answer your question, I can reach out to Jeff. I know he's been speaking with the mayor and with Andy Marsh, the city administrator, and kind of keeping them up to speed on this. But let me get you a solid answer on that as to the direct what communication has happened with those fellows and those entities.
I think another answer to it is that the way this has been answered so far, some thoughts like this have already come up at the regular PILT meetings, which is part of the CSS, the update on construction that goes on every week. And Amy's our representative to those meetings, and on those same teams, those weekly meetings, Idaho Springs is also represented there. So quite honestly, that's the place through which this normal input comes to us and comes to the town, and so that, because the county commissioners usually don't meet and deal with this on a regular basis, it's that team that's dealing with it, the project all the time, that's that's helping to decide. And that's where we have our input into that process and say, we don't think this will work because of that, and vice versa. So I know the town's represented on those meetings. So there is a level, but yeah, it's a very good question, George. But I just wanted to, that's the way the process works at this time. And that was an outgrowth of some of the, I'll call them mini failures on the other earlier projects that went on. And we learned from those that we needed to have an ongoing process, a weekly look at the protocol and how it's being done, so that the towns have a way and the county has a way to feed in to that process and say, this isn't working. There's got to be an adjustment to the schedule. There's got to be an adjustment to how you're doing it, the logistics. And so I know they have that opportunity right now, but I don't know what that answer is. The answer to your question is, maybe Amy can fill in on that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know directly about the town's 1041 permit. It does seem like if there is an interest in changing the agreed upon hours of operation as dictated by a 1041 permit, no matter whose it is, that process needs to be addressed at some level with whatever the appropriate body is. And so that's one existing mechanism. And there are existing mechanisms, I think, where we can answer this question. And in general, it seems like, yes, it seems like getting it done quicker is something to pursue, and that there would be general support for that, assuming the details are supported by the, with sort of the perspective of the local subject matter experts. And I think it makes sense to me. So between the public information group and where the 1041 permit holders have existing expectation, I think we should be able to get it done.
Hey, Amy, this is Paul. Thanks for that. I think, and to the commissioners, I think that's very helpful. I've asked our traffic group to do a delay analysis based upon those proposed changes of hours, so they can actually look at it and determine what kind of delays we may encounter based upon how those hours might change. So we'll have that information that we can share with you all. It really is a trade-off here. Do you go through another year of construction, or do you accelerate the work in a way to get it done so you don't have to deal with all those things that a construction zone gets you? So more to come on that, and look forward to having that conversation.
I guess the short answer is, it sounds great. The devil's in the details. So as you bring the details, then we can make good decisions.
Yeah, and I am happy to have my role in this be as minimal as necessary for you guys to be able to make efficient decisions. Sounds like you've got a good process in place, and I have faith in it.
All right, well, good discussion, much appreciated, and more information coming. So I think we kind of hit the rest of the scope here and other items on the slide. Any other questions on westbound peak period before we move on? All right, so the next slide is updates on various projects and studies. And so just real briefly, the County Road 314 and Greenway projects are still ongoing. We're working through the right-of-way and final design process at this time, and anticipate construction beginning in spring and summer of 21 and lasting about a year. So those are still moving. I see some folks celebrating. That's good. So yeah, questions on those ones? Okay, so next one is the EJMT repaving project. So that's up at the tunnels. Mike, jump in as well, but my understanding is we've got about 3/4 of the project done. We've got the manholes or utility repairs complete. We've got one direction paved, and we've got about 3 weeks or so of paving for the other direction to get that that completed? That sound about right?
I'm sorry, Neil, were you asking me because I was cutting in and out, or were you asking Jeff?
I was asking you, Mike, but the update that I had gotten from the tunnel maintenance or tunnel resident engineer was that we've had about 2 to 3 more weeks of the overnight closures to get that done, and then just some minor approach work up to the tunnels for the paving, and then they'd be done and out of there.
Yeah, no, that's my understanding as well. I think it might be a little bit quicker than that, but let's stick with that, you know, and if we get done early, then everybody's happy. Yeah, no, I know that they've been making good progress up there.
The paving in the actual tunnel should be completed this Thursday or Friday, and then just some work on the approaches.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Great. All right, next couple of projects are on US 6, so only a portion of them within Clear Creek County. But just as an update, we've got 2 projects in the canyon. One doing some lighting upgrades on all the tunnels, and so that project goes to add in the next month or so, and they'll start in the spring. The safety and resurfacing project is a project that will widen the US 6 canyon, resurface that project throughout the canyon, and do some safety improvements. So a much needed project there. And that one's scheduled to go to add in early winter of 21 and start construction in spring of 21. And then just tied to those ones, obviously we'll be communicating with this group as well as other stakeholders along those corridors, just to ensure that we're minimizing impacts and have appropriate working hours. Questions on those ones?
And just quickly, there's some greenway construction work going in along the canyon in there, a very short section that we will be trying to coordinate, or at least take advantage of any closures or times that we can coordinate, make that work for both projects. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Amy. All right, next couple are ongoing studies. So the ROD reassessment is just wrapping up at this point, and I think that's all the information I have on that one. I think in general, what came out of that was the purpose and need of the record decision did not change. And we ended up with kind of a priority list of projects. Is that basically what happened? Anyone who was part of the collaborative effort?
Randy, you want to say anything about that?
You're muted, Randy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Neil, I was actually just sending you a text right when you asked that question. Can you ask the question again, please?
Yeah, I was just, if you had anything to add in terms of where we are on the ROD reassessment. My understanding is we were just wrapping that up and trying to get that closed out.
Yeah, we've effectively, we're going to have a little more step 4 discussion, and then we'll be going to step 5, which is when you do your documentation. We've effectively completed the first 3 steps, 1, 2, and 3 successfully, and had good hearty discussions on step 4. And we have some outcomes that leave the ROD in place, have renewed efforts in the creation of some subcommittees to increase the effort on our understanding of the current capabilities of, for example, fixed guideway transit, and looking at both pavement-based and fixed guideway traffic and non-infrastructure solutions like travel demand management, you know, everything from carpooling to technology. So we put some committees in place to up the ante, because there's a 2025 reevaluation in 5 years, and a lot of the assumptions that we're making right now are based on some pretty old data. And we're seeing some transit possibilities that might be smaller scale, but still meet the capacity needs and be able to be constructed for a lot less money, but we have to verify their viability. And so we're going to be working real hard on that. So we created this new structure to actually be able to have the CE rather than, the original ROD. What we did is we pretty much handed off to the lead agencies and said, roll with the record of decision and try to research these things and make these things happen, and left it to them. And I think we realize now that when we create these charges that come out of our discussions, that we need to form teams that work with CDOT and FHWA and everybody to help make it happen if that's what we want done. Because I noticed that they have day jobs, doing things like building Floyd Hill and the PPSLs and stuff like that and maintaining all of this. And so we need to be working with their innovative mobility department and helping to make those things happen ourselves if we really want them. So it's been a really productive process, and pretty much we've got another big meeting coming, and then by December it'll be wrapped up and then reassessment will be complete. And then we're actually setting a task list of things to do to make the ROD work even better and try to achieve our goals over the next 5 years.
Great, thank you for that, Commissioner. Julie, are you still on? Can you speak to the hazmat study?
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Neil. Last week we had a stakeholder workshop. Amy, I'd be curious what you thought. We had between 50 and 60 people that tuned in, so we had good attendance. Took our entire 2 hours, and the first part, the Stantec team gave a presentation, talked about all the data they've collected, explained the two modeling softwares, DGQRAM and Turismo, with Turismo, which stands for Tunnel Risk Tunnel Risk Model, I think. Obviously then focused on the tunnel, but DGQRAM does a risk model of both, assessment of both the tunnel and Loveland Pass. And we're just about running up against our deadline for any additional data or information, but if you have any last few things you might want to get to the team that's doing the study, they can take that, and they're in the midst of running these models, and then we'll have the report December 1st out to everybody.
Great, thanks, Julie. Any other questions, comments on that one? All right, last one, just wanted to provide an update on was out of the last meeting, there was a request from, I believe you, Commissioner Marlin, about potential safety issues on State Highway 103. So we've gone and taken an initial look at some safety records. Nothing regarding passing lanes, but we are going to do a little bit deeper dive, and so have a passing lane study on the corridor ongoing right now. Anticipate results in December this year, and then potentially looking at improvements on that corridor based on what that study comes out with. Definitely identified some areas where we can probably do some trimming to improve sight distance and that kind of thing, and we'll be working on that in the near future.
Yeah, my recollection was that Commissioner Marlin brought up some of the speeding and driving behavior that's going on up there. And then I mentioned some of the driving lanes and I think passing lanes. And I think what I owed you that I promised you at the time that I haven't done was to drive it and identify exact mile markers where those were. So I'll make a point of doing that before the fall leaves change.
Perfect. All right, any other?
George?
I was just saying it's good timing anyway to take a drive on 103.
Yeah.
The resident that was communicating with me was probably about the 3¼ mile. Right there at mile marker number 3 is what's known locally. It used to be as the best, flattest, straightest quarter mile in the county, and so it's conducive to speeding. And that's the area.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification, and we can dig into that, see if there's anything we can do about that.
That's between Black Eagle Road and Matty Dam. And George is calling it flat. I agree that it's not level. I know that. If you ride a bicycle up there, you'll learn that it's actually got a little bit of a grade to it. But
Well, nothing's flat in Clear Creek County, you know. So that's the best flattest.
that's as close as it gets. Yeah.
Or somebody told me that once.
All right, so more to come on that one. Any other questions? All right, so last couple slides. Vanessa was not able to attend on this one, but just wanted to provide a little bit of an update on our water quality working group. What you see on this slide is just the locations that we constantly monitor. So CDOT, I think we talked about this last time. CDOT's been monitoring Clear Creek for a long time. We plan on continuing to monitor Clear Creek. We've established this working group, and what we'd like to do is really establish a consistent data output and reporting so that everyone has the same information all the time. And so that's something that we're going to be working with Amy and others and our maintenance team to get that information on a biannual basis or whatever that group determines is appropriate. So I didn't have anything else and can't speak too much more to this, but any other basic questions I may be able to answer?
I would just add, one of the things we were talking about was creating some sort of dashboard that would allow us to just collect consistent data over time that we could present, side by side, year over year, quarter by quarter, whatever would make it easy to compare and look at over time. And then I didn't know if you wanted to comment on Vanessa's transition. I know she is in a new role, and just mention what will be the plan going forward as far as her role and who's taking over this group or whatever might be relevant there.
Yeah, so I can speak a little bit to that, but Mike, jump in as well. So just for the group's information, Vanessa Henderson, who was our I-70 Mountain Corridor Environmental Corridor Manager, has transitioned to the Region 1 Environmental Manager role. And so this group, she will be supervising another employee who'll be stepping into kind of the rolling up the sleeves role. So she's still going to be heavily involved in typically these meetings and the water quality aspect of the corridor. But hopefully we'll have some other folks helping her out manage the day-to-day operations.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, Neil, I think you explained it really well. I think had we told her that she was completely cut out of, Clear Creek County and the Floyd Hill project, she probably would have, her head would have exploded. So I know she's very much interested in finishing the work and the hard efforts she started many years ago and wrapping up those efforts with a nice big bow. But Neil's absolutely right. We'll be seeing, she can only do so much. I know she tries to work, 36 hours a day, but she'll need some help. So I think her first official day was yesterday in her new position. And so we will continue to just kind of talk with her and the environmental group about how that looks going forward. But obviously we understand the environmental concerns along this corridor, and they will not leave with Vanessa, that they will stay here, and we will obviously address them.
Yeah, and I'd like to say regarding that, now that you brought up Vanessa, that I was heartbroken to hear that she'd gotten a promotion, except sort of happy for her, I guess. But just the idea that we're losing all that hard work and institutional knowledge that she's known for. She's been really great to work with, and I would appreciate if it's been years working with her, and I'd appreciate if you'd pass through your channels back to her that we said it officially in front of the camera in the Zoom meeting. Now I recognize she's not gone immediately, but we're really going to miss both her friendship and her work.
Great, thank you, Commissioner, and we will definitely.
Yeah, absolutely, Randy. We'll pass it along. Absolutely, thank you for that.
All right, well, we got about 10 minutes left. Last time we didn't get to talk maintenance, so Mr. Tackenhorst or Mr. Box, one of you going to cover this, or Is this
Yeah,
Brian?
Neil, I'll go. So
Great.
good afternoon, everybody. As you know, COVID early on, traffic counts dropped, but then beginning there Memorial Day, they started trending up and actually were equal to or went above what our averages have been. So it's been a pretty busy summer. But anyway, with that, maintenance did some overlay patches there. We did there at Hidden Valley, westbound there at the Veterans Tunnels over the Hidden Valley Bridge. Had it smoothed that out a lot. And then we had a little patch down on Highway 6 there in the canyon. And then some of our biggest accomplishments, we got to redo some of the bridge deck there at the bridge at the bottom of Floyd Hill eastbound and made some big improvements there. And we also did a hole in the deck up there at the 218 bridge. But other than that, we've been very aggressive on maintenance. It seems like we're trying a crack pouring project that's called Mastic. We did some up on Mount Evans, got some of those wider expansion cracks, if you will, filled, and done some ditch cleaning and striping up there. So we've been taking care of Mount Evans too with the roads closed, but or the Mount Evans Road, and then getting ready for winter. So we're ready for winter with all our products, equipment. Actually, personal services look well too. We only have one vacancy, full-time employee vacancy. We got 6 temps hired, so looking good there. One of our biggest challenges is the truck fires. It seems like we have a lot of steering wheel holders coming down out of the tunnel, and we're catching a lot of trailer brakes on fire, and we're burning trailers down on the ground. So we're starting to work with State Patrol more to see what they can do, what they can help us with, see what type of detection systems are out there, things like that. So more to come on that. As far as the numbers here, you can see right now, in the first 3 months, we're right about $1.3 million in Clear Creek County for a variety of maintenance MPAs, as we call them. So any questions for maintenance? That's all I have. Have a good afternoon. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks, Jeff. I think that's all we had. Questions, comments? We got a whole 8 minutes left.
I'm just wondering what's the prognosis or we had heard that you're anticipating some budget ramifications that might impact the snow removal sort of philosophy for the coming season. Is that still the case? Anything to say about that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm glad you reminded me. Yes. So what we have is our MOS budget, maintenance level of service, and we are given a grade, a level of service that we're expected to perform. With that, we are funded accordingly. So we've been doing our best. We've been providing a B+, A- level of service. That level of service, due to budget and what we should always been doing all along, is now at a B-. So now you'll basically see the number 2 lane, the right-hand lane, wet and slushy. The number 1 lane might have snowpacked and ice in it, but that's due to what we should have been doing all along. We've provided too good of service all this time, and now we just can't afford to provide that A-level service, if you will.
Expectations are everything.
Yes, sir. Aren't they?
Well, maybe the creek will give you a higher grade since less snow material removals will make their way into the creek.
We just need to get people to, get their cars winterized, get snow tires on them, and be ready for the weather. That storm there at Labor Day, it was just snowing harder than it could melt. I mean, we could apply all the de-icers we could, but it just turned to soup. So we had people with snow tires, 4-wheel drive spinning out too. So, it was just that first storm of the year. So hopefully the next one, we can get them moving.
Thanks.
All right. Well, any other questions or discussion items?
Not for me. Other than to say that taking you on your advice about the snowstorm, that early snowstorm was a wake-up call. So I have my snow tires on a separate set of wheels sitting next to the garage door, and got myself one of those big pumping garage, jacks, so I can, inside of about 30 minutes, I can swap them out just because of that storm.
There you go. That helps.
Very nice. Well, anything else? Anyone?
No, not from me.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Great.
Well,
Yeah, thank you all.
appreciate your
Thanks,
time
everybody.
and have a good rest of your day.
Thanks for the report.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So I think with that, we'll take about a 5-minute break till 2 p.m. and we'll be back for a work session to discuss mental health and enforcement in Clear Creek County with Bruce Brown and Sheriff Albers. We're back. It is 2:00. And as we mentioned a bit ago, we're having a work session to discuss mental health and enforcement in Clear Creek County with Bruce Brown and Sheriff Albers. Bruce is our district attorney. And you're welcome to take off with the with your presentation and discussion.
Go ahead, Bruce. Commissioner. You know, I know how you just introduced us as a discussion about mental health and enforcement. If we can enforce mental health, we'll all be in good shape.
I thought that was a little bit of a misnomer, and I think you're dealing with the intersection between mental health and the help that we give and try to provide, as well as where that intersects with law enforcement.
Got it. Hey, I did want to just note my thanks over the last 48 hours to public health. As you all know, we had the one positive test of a DA staff member, and once public health was notified yesterday, they really got into action really quickly. I had a COVID test at 11:15 this morning at Idaho Springs, organized by Public Health and EMS. It went great, very well organized, very professional. The response was 5 stars. So kudos to Clear Creek County and staff. So with respect to how we got here, meaning to this discussion in particular today, on May 9th, there was an officer involved shooting. Obviously, any type of an incident like that is going to come across the DA's desk for evaluation of the suitability of criminal charges upon anybody involved. We luckily don't have too many officer involved shootings in the 5th, but like a lot of areas in Colorado, the number of those are of an increasing nature. There were 2 officers that from the sheriff's office that were directly involved in the shooting, but the incident itself, and I hope that each of you has had an opportunity to read the grand jury report, which I will refer to a little bit. But the incident itself was the result of a traffic stop involving Idaho Springs Police Department. The shooting occurred up 103 and a ironically named road of Peaceful Valley, which was anything but that night. After it had occurred, there was a investigation done by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. In our district, that's the standard practice. If there's a shooting, then CBI is going to be involved. I was notified immediately afterwards and was on scene at daylight. It had occurred very late in the evening or early morning hours. I'm going to skip a lot of the details of the shooting because I don't think they're pertinent to what we're discussing here today. What the grand jury found, however, there was no criminal action. Sheriff's officers involved acted properly in self-defense when the car occupant pointed a firearm that was loaded in their direction, and that resulted in his death. He was also high on meth, which, you know, anecdotally just means that not only was it a dangerous act, but the gun was being held in a person who was quite unstable. What's most important about that grand jury investigation for our purposes today were the recommendations that were made by the grand jury. So when a grand jury does not file criminal charges, they have an option to make any kind of recommendations, kind of as a body who takes a look at maybe all of the pieces that were involved. And while it wasn't the deepest drill, it's a grand jury and the primary focus was on determining whether or not criminal charges were appropriate. I think they did shed some light on some important things. So some of the facts that they were keying on in making their recommendations, when I'll get to it in a minute. The decedent, his name was Darren Patterson. He was a 57-year-old resident of Idaho Springs. He'd only lived in Idaho Springs for several months. He originally was from the Front Range. He had become very well known in that several month period between like November and May to Idaho Springs PD. He had a habit of driving around in circles around the town, and he had been stopped in traffic stops a few times. There's actually body cam footage of that, and you can see that he's not quite all there. He also had called 911 on several occasions and reported that people were following him, people were listening to him. I mean, clearly he was delusional, he was paranoid. He had been treated at a hospital previously, but he wasn't under any type of active treatment. What's significant about the number of law enforcement contacts that he had had with Idaho Springs was that he'd never been given any kind of direction, such as a mental health referral. And that's concerning because any trained officer and all the officers involved with him could recognize his mental health. He couldn't hide it. He couldn't hide his problems. And so, you know, what our hope is that is when law enforcement comes into contact with these folks, that they're able to direct them to some place or some person, give them a resource, whether or not they follow up on it. We can't force people in most cases to access mental health care, but at least give them a resource to access on their own. And that never happened. And to some degree, and I'm not pointing fingers, I think the actions of the PD made it somewhat worse, having nothing to do with the shooting itself. They just were not looking at him holistically and his needs, and didn't serve him as a member of our community well. At the grand jury, there was some testimony to the lack of resources in Clear Creek County for people who are suffering mental health issues. And partly what that comes down to is typically law enforcement has one ready tool available to them, which is an M1 hold. You know, if you're a danger to yourself or others, basically the police can involuntarily commit you for a very short period of time, but a doctor evaluating such a person really is going to not facilitate treatment in the vast majority of cases. Typically, people who are on an M1 hold that can start off as long as 72 hours and then progress to 14 days, we don't have the statewide resources to deal with these folks. So the hospitals that they may be committed to for that 72 hours, 14-day period, they don't do the deep dive that we would assume that they would. And so those people are typically very quickly back into the community without any significant treatment. So that is not a realistic alternative that exists currently within our community. So the grand jury made some recommendations, and I'll just kind of generally read those to you. Part of the recommendation was that mental health resources should be made more available in the community, including funding by Clear Creek County and the municipalities within the county to address the mental health issues which afflict community members. And then they also stated the grand jury encourages the municipalities and county to address these issues, enabling law enforcement officers with resources that do not currently exist in hopes of preventing another tragedy like this from occurring. In the near term, the grand jury recommends to local governments in Clear Creek County that they identify mental health resources, whether in or outside the county, that can immediately be made available to law enforcement to assist those individuals in mental health crises. So as you can see, the recommendation is very general, but I think it accurately conveys to us and you as our representatives in Clear Creek County that there is a need. And I've shared, obviously, this with local law enforcement, and Sheriff Albers will speak in a few minutes to the actions that he's taken. I commend him and the other law enforcement partners for not ignoring this report. A grand jury report could be ignored. I mean, it's just a recommendation, it's non-binding, but it's supposed to be an opportunity to direct attention to the community to an area of importance. So while the death of Darren Patterson, starts the ball rolling for us, this shouldn't be viewed in isolation. I think the sheriff can confirm that it's not unusual that we have people engaged in violent or dangerous behavior to themselves or not others in our community who have really significant mental health issues, and that we have not achieved a process short of arrest and prosecution that really allows law enforcement officers to take action. Having said that, Clear Creek County is not alone. This is pretty common in all areas of the state, particularly in rural Colorado. As you probably can figure out on your own, prosecution is usually, unless somebody who is, severely injured or even killed somebody, which occurs too, prosecution is not the best solution here. I don't have tools at my disposal, even if they're convicted and placed on probation, that really can deal with these folks. I've spoken with the probation office, and they have needs in Clear Creek County that aren't being met for the people that they have on probation, people that have gone through the process, been convicted, and have identifiable mental health needs. At the outset, I think it's fair to say that they conveyed to me it's the best it's ever been. I mean, so that's good, right? We're not at a low point, maybe, of providing mental health services to people who are on probation. We are at a high point, but they raised some specific issues that I'll just kind of tick off for you. There's no group therapy available. There's no psychiatrists on staff through JCMH. Appointments for probationers take a long time, and they have unmet needs like getting evaluations, mental health evaluations completed, and they've gone outside of Clear Creek County and they hired a contractor to do that. I also spoke with Kara Campbell, who's the Jefferson Center for Mental Health Mountain Service Manager. She's organized some trainings for local law enforcement, which I think is fantastic. That's exactly what we want to see, is putting the mental health community together with law enforcement, who are going to be the first people from the government broadly to interact with people experiencing crisis. I've recommended to Ms. Campbell that we should be marketing what is available through Jefferson Center for Mental Health. We should be marketing it better. What comes to mind is the newsletter that I get like quarterly that shows the services and the hours that are available at the transfer station. I mean, that's a great service, and it's made known to every single one in a box, every single resident of Clear Creek County through a box holder mailing. And I save it and I put it down. So if I need to drop off my paint, right, I know when and where to go. But if you weigh that with how we're dealing with notifying people about medical services, and I don't know everything that the county does, but I think that's deficient. So, it seems like we could at least do more. I think it's great what we do with recycling, but I think maybe we can do more letting the public know what mental health services are available through Jefferson Center for Mental Health and go to them. I mean, I started to make inquiry on this topic a couple years ago, and pretty quickly I hit walls. And at that point, Jefferson Center for Mental Health wasn't necessarily immediately responsive. And I know you guys are doing a great job at creating new resources, but I think we should be doing more on the communication in part about what is currently there. And then I'm going to just kind of end by quickly noting that you know, the best models right now that are out there, which I know some of you commissioners are familiar with, are these crisis intervention teams. They exist basically in Summit County and Eagle County, 2 of the 4 counties that are in the 5th. Now, I'm not suggesting that that model can be adopted by Clear Creek County, but that this is the trend of trying to, at the very earliest point, get on the ground referrals and assistance to people who are in crisis, who otherwise law enforcement are left on their own to deal with. Now, I know Sheriff Albers and other law enforcement are trying to start moving in that direction. It's not the first thing he's ever done in his agency. They've got some services at the jail available, but we are consistent with other communities wrestling with these issues, needing to find other solutions. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to do this, and I'll turn it over to Rick.
Yeah, well, Rick is getting ready. I mean, one of the things that seems apparent to me is, I mean, there's historically been stigma issues associated with anybody kind of raising their hand and saying, I need some help. I think with the population we're talking about today, there's probably trust issues as well. So, I mean, that along with the fact that they probably don't even know that there are resources out there, I think, you know, I think that's a good analogy about how it's easier to figure out where to go throw your Christmas tree than to find help for somebody who's in crisis.
Anybody else have any comments or questions for Bruce? Randy, you were talking.
Go ahead, Rick.
Okay. I'm not going to repeat a bunch of what Bruce says or has stated. We did get the recommendations from the grand jury. I take them very seriously. I mean, that has been a problem, like Bruce said. He's been working on it for the last 2 years. I've been working on it with, and I can go back to meetings 10, 15 years ago that this has been coming. It's, I agree, it's a financial burden on the county. I mean, I'm looking at it as short-term, midterm, and long-term goals, and it's all money. My short-term goals is, I sent you guys a packet. Hopefully you looked it over. I don't want to go over each one of those pieces of paper individually, not unless you want to. I don't know if we have enough time. The first set of papers is, we do have a great criteria and help down in the jail for people. But I agree that what Bruce said is, sometimes jail's not the place for these people. You know, it's tough when you have to take them out every 4 hours and put them in our secured chair so they don't hurt themselves until they calm down. It takes 2 to 3 officers to get them in that chair, and then we have to watch them constantly and this type of stuff. We had a guy here last week that he'd walk around the cell and bang his head against the door, walk around the cell and bang, and we can't allow that to continue. And Judge Jones was aware of it, and she was trying to place, goes back to what Bruce says, we don't have beds to place these people, or not beds, but places, rooms, I guess you'd call them, to put these people. So on a state level, it needs to be done. On a district level, JCMH is there for us. On a local level, we don't have anything. We have JCMH that'll come up. You know, if we get somebody that's in need, they have a crisis response team, but it takes them a minimum of an hour to 2 hours to get up here. If they evaluate them and they say that they need to be taken down on a 72-hour mental health hold, the officer that had to stay there with that person for 2 hours or 3 hours, since they got up there to evaluate, now they have to take an hour to transport down to the hospital. It's just easier for us to take that 1 hour and take them down to the hospital, fill out the paperwork, which is the M1 hold, which you guys got a copy of that, and take them down there and pass them to the hospital. The M5, which you also got the paperwork on, that's the it's kind of a transportation order to transport these down to a crisis walk-in center, which is off of Wadsworth. I don't know if you read that down in there. It used to be the Arapahoe House. Now it's a crisis walk-in center. And there's kind of a fine line there that if somebody's threatening to kill themselves or others, they're going to go on a 72 mental health hold. If they're just talking weird stuff, you know, the aliens are going to come get them or whatever you can imagine, we can transport them down to this place. Now, the difference is you take them to a hospital, an ER doc is going to look at them and go, do you know what day of the week it is? Are you going to kill yourself? Are you going to kill somebody else? No, they're out the door. If you take them to the crisis walk-in center, they do get to see a psychologist or somebody that's tuned up on this type of stuff instead of just an ER doc that has a stroke and a heart attack going on at the same time. And he's not going to take the, like Bruce said, the in-depth look at these people. I also have made a new procedure in dispatch, which was the last page of that packet that I sent you, that we have some local people, some revisitors, like Bruce says. This Mr. Patterson was contacted numerous times, even called dispatch numerous times. And I set up a new, what they call a ute. I don't know what it means, but in dispatch, it's like somebody calls in and they're seeing people come out of the TV, you know, and it's a weekly occurrence. And every time we send an officer over there, and an officer is not a psychologist or a trained therapeutic person. What we're going to do now is we're going to call the 24-hour crisis hotline. Dispatch is going to tell them what's going on. Dispatch is going to stay on the call while this crisis intervention person, who is a trained psychologist or therapeutic person, talk to this gentleman and also notify the police officer in town or in the county, wherever it's at, that this phone call is taking place. They don't have to respond, but they have knowledge of it just in case it goes bad. So that's something new that I've put into place, trying to figure out what we can do on a local level. To me, the midterm issue is, you know, getting with Cindy D and seeing if maybe we could have something at the new clinic you guys are building. And I really been kind of on the outskirts of that. So I don't know if that's taken place or not. It could already be getting in place with JCMH and stuff like this. So that's kind of, and then the long term is, you know, that's going to be a state, regional, you know, district down to a local level where, you know, I think there's Fort Logan out there. I think they have 96 beds, and they're busy. We can't find places to put these people. So, you know, on a big scheme of things, you know, I'm thinking that the state's going to have to step up and get some, you know, places for we can take these people and get them the help that they need and make sure they're covered. So that's kind of my quick brief. There's a lot of stuff in that packet that I gave you that the Jefferson Center does. Each officer has these in their cars, can hand them out. But like Bruce said, kind of more politically correct than I do, you can't make a horse drink the water. You can take them there, you can give them all the information, but if they're not ready to drink, they ain't gonna drink. And they're gonna turn around and walk away and not get the help that they need or what you know we feel as though they need, or a start in that right direction.
I know part of the issue, and I don't know what the solution is to it, is that people still have rights. You know, they haven't broken the law. And I know in talking to law enforcement a lot about this, that first of all, it's because we don't have the structure and the operations and the prioritization of crisis teams and at different levels to deal with different kinds of crises or near crises, with people that are actually trained to do that in a manner that relieves law enforcement from having to respond to these complaints and reports. And even when someone is taken down, you're right. Once they basically exhibit that they can walk and know their name and tell you and answer the questions correctly, I mean, they've got constitutional rights and they can't be held any longer if they've not committed that offense or that crime simply because they're acting in a manner that other people find is objectionable or too far out of the mainstream. And so there's that gap in services that we haven't prioritized and funded. And everything that you just said sounds great. And I don't fault any of it and you for saying it. And it's just how are we going to ensure that that those things can happen in a meaningful way. It's progress, but it's a hard problem to solve that will honestly never go away at some level. It is what it seems. It's what it feels.
And I don't know what the answer is. I agree on the education to the public, getting that information out there.
Yep.
You know, I mean, that's the key to everything is, you know, getting the information out to public, get them the public information out on the JCMH stuff. And I'm having a training on October 21st, JCMH. Kara is going to come up and the doc, I forget his name, Tom, I forget his last name, but he's gonna help teach the class. It's 2 4-hour sessions, one in the morning, one in the day. Idaho Springs, Georgetown Empire, and I are all having officers go. I made it mandatory for my office because I take this recommendation from the grand jury serious, and it was involving my officers in the final stages of that. So I'm making it mandatory. They're also going to Zoom it and record it. So if anybody does miss it, they can watch it. The crisis intervention teams that Bruce mentioned, I can see where that would work, maybe in a bigger city where they get more calls, but to have somebody in crisis up here and have a 2-hour response time to get to that crisis, to me is not fulfilling what I am voted in as an elected official to do, to make sure everybody's safe. I can't sit back and wait for 2 hours, you know, to act. I got to do something before that gets out of hand. And I don't think there's a supply and demand enough to have a 24/7 crisis intervention team at this point in Clear Creek County. They'd be doing a lot of sitting around, you know, oh, well, we can work day shift. Well, you know, I'd probably say 70% of these happen at night. So, you know, at 2, 3 in the morning. So it's, you know, I don't, that's that long-term, you know, I agree that, yeah, Denver and Arapahoe County, they have these crisis intervention teams that ride around with their officers and can go on calls and try to, you know, talk somebody or whatever down. But, you know, we kind of go in spurts, just like everything else. It's not something that happens on a daily basis. So, you know, short-term, long-term, you know, midterm, you know, education to the public and keep my officers trained as much as I can on the mentally handicapped or the mental health issues.
I think it's important. I think that I think everything you said is good, Rick, and you're welcome to keep saying it. I think what's important here, a couple things are, I'm looking at the screen to see who's here. And what I see is, and thank you for being here, both of you. I'm not trying to knock that at all. You should be in this room for this discussion. Is our DA and our law enforcement, but not our public health. And that's not public health's fault. It's maybe because we didn't think about it as we put this agenda together. But it's a problem that will give us plenty of opportunities to continue to talk about and improve. I think so the first thought that comes to mind is to continue this discussion in a meaningful way and to continue the discussion with not only folks from JCMH in the room, but also our own public health in the room to make sure that we're integrating those efforts to do what we need to do. There was a second thought, but it just slipped my mind. So I'll shut up too and let somebody else weigh in.
You know, Randy, it strikes me that if the county were to make this one of the priorities, that there may be opportunities to go out and apply for a grant funding and create plans in order to facilitate a little more of the supply of mental health and other treatment, like we're talking about. I mean, I think that there could be some low-hanging fruit, some more things that we could do without necessarily taxing our own citizens. And, you know, as I hear Sheriff speak, you know, I think there is a little more that he could do with the help of maybe the public health staff. So for example, these crisis intervention teams, like Summit County, they're running like 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. or something. I mean, they're trying to work in the prime time hours. So it doesn't have to be a 24-hour service. You know, just like the advocates have been a priority for this community for decades and are very successful and are funded in large part by grants and contributions. There may be opportunities to put resources here. I had a kind of a discouraging, dispiriting experience of the legislature a couple years ago when we were taking felony drug possession and making it misdemeanors. And I testified in favor of doing that in the hopes that $3 million statewide was going to be given to the local communities for treatment. And then when the sausage got finally done, it was all a $1 million. Can you imagine spreading $1 million for substance abuse treatment around the state? So I think there could be some funding opportunities for us, but I don't think if we step back and say, let's wait and see what they'll do at the state level, I don't think we'll see that within the near term. And I don't know, Keith would, I'm sure, know much better than I who within the county could go out there and look for grants. I know that's very time intensive, but there might be some opportunities out there in combination with the health center that you guys are constructing and working on. So that, I mean, there's a room to do more. Probably I won't be the person in the position to do it. But I think a little bit might be able to go a long way and leave us feeling like we inched that ball uphill a little further.
Corinne Westerman has a question on here. Is there any potential to train the Clear Creek advocates to help respond to mental health related calls and act like a crisis intervention team? They are more local and already on call to help with other types of calls. Since nobody on this screen plays a mental health professional on TV, me especially, I'll just try to answer from what I think I know when I've heard about this before, is training people to be able to do this. Is if it's truly crisis, it's a pretty high level of training that's required to be able to respond effectively without potentially increasing rather than decreasing risk. And that's so I think that's part of the problem. And that's about as much as I could say semi-intelligently without dipping way beyond what I know. With regard to your question about looking for grants, I don't think finding the bandwidth to look for grants would be an issue. Finding the economic bandwidth to be able to create a sustainable program is a little more difficult. I see that both George and Sean are unmuted though, so I think I'd like to let them roll.
I have a real quick question about Summit County or Eagle County. Those are both fairly geographically large counties. Do they have one team that's in one location, or do they have an ability to respond more nimbly to cover their entire footprint?
So Eagle County, in essence, has two teams. One is shared with the 9th Judicial District in the Roaring Fork Valley, and then they have a separate team that's partnered with a nonprofit to serve what we consider more proper, the I-70 corridor of Eagle County. And so they've taken this nonprofit and wrapped it into their law enforcement responses, and I think have been pretty successful. in building out that model. It's possible that Clear Creek County could at least investigate the possibility of partnering with that nonprofit who has grown in order to replicate something like that. The Summit County Sheriff's Office has done something different. They've hired internally, increased their staff so that the responding mental health professionals are actually employees of the sheriff's department. So it's a little bit of a different model there.
But they're trained mental health professionals, is that right?
They get special training in crisis intervention. And I mean, law enforcement officers are doing this already, but they'll do it on the time they have to respond to the call, and then it's done. So the key thing is the follow-up. The response is one thing, but then the follow-up, so that when you leave that contact with the mental health needing person, that there's somebody there the next day to call and say, you know, did you make an appointment? What else can we do for you? So, because as the sheriff correctly noted, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. And sometimes it'll take multiple efforts in order to get somebody to be willing to get the help that they need.
Yeah, I just want to finish my thought. Gilpin County, right there in JCMH's footprint, they probably are having similar conversations like this. I mean, they have the whole gaming infrastructure up there, which I'm sure generates their fair share of this type of unfortunate dynamic. And there's nonprofits, there's you know, the unincorporated area of Evergreen in Jefferson County. So I wonder if there's a way that we could get enough scale to do a solution that would work similarly to Eagles, because Eagle County is a huge county, right? I don't know if they're twice as big as us, but the fact that they have two teams, and if we could come up with one team with Gilpin or something else, I don't know, I think it's worth investigating.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is definitely something to investigate. The thing that hits home for me in this report is it explicitly states that we need more local resources, to find whatever these solutions are. And it could be a crisis intervention team. I imagine there are a lot of options out there. So my thoughts on those resources, first, you know, the biggest constraint on resources is what our taxpayers are willing to fund. And I think it's important for us to make sure our taxpayers know that this just happened and that it may not have happened if we were better resourced. And I think that we do have a couple of, quoting Rick, short-term, midterm, long-term, we do have opioid money coming into the community in the next, in about 12 months, we'll have a fairly significant stream of opioid money that will be sustainable over a period of about 20 years. So when we have an idea of what that stream looks like, I think that that's a short-term possibility. Midterm, we have our building that Bruce, you mentioned, our collaborative care center, is projected to generate about $250,000 a year above what it costs. And we wish to dedicate those revenues to providing for the health of our community. And so I think that there's some potential there for some midterm revenues. And I mean, if we can find the bandwidth, someone on our staff, and Randy, I appreciate you pointing out that we're missing all the players in the county for us to start to solve this problem, but we might be able to piece together a couple funding sources, and we might find that if we wanted to inject some general fund dollars in the short term, we might be able to build a plan for how those aren't just perpetual general fund dollars, how we have a more sustainable resource in the future. I would certainly be in support of something like this, because I think not only should we strike while the iron's hot in terms of just having had this incident, we also know that the mental health situation of our community has to be worse than it was on March 1. And so I'm very motivated to do what we can with the resources we have and those two streams that I mentioned to see if we can get something in place here. And I also will just note that it doesn't only reference the county, it references that municipalities should be finding ways to contribute as well. And I don't know what it looks like to bring the municipalities in and see if there's a commitment to put some resource into this or what their opportunities look like. I believe they will also be direct recipients of opioid dollars. And so that's kind of where I'm looking to take that conversation, and mostly focusing, I think, this board on our duties and our obligations here. I'm really happy to hear and not surprised, Rick, that you've taken this so seriously and made these changes. I think these changes are good. And like you said, short-term, midterm, long-term, we've got some short-term stuff in place. I hope that the commitment of the towns is as robust as the commitment that you've shown. And looking at your head nodding, I think maybe that means it is. And I'm curious, I mean, this incident happened in Idaho Springs. Are these conversations happening in Idaho Springs City Council? Do we know?
I don't know if they're happening at the council level. I know that the chief and I and all the chiefs have spoken to this. I also changed my policies and procedures here at the sheriff's office to reflect these changes. So Chief Malanka wanted a copy of those. So I did send those down to him. I don't know if he's gonna change his to match mine or somewhat. I don't know how his policies and procedures work, but I know that we're all trying to do the best we can with what we got.
George, I agree completely with what you said. One thing I'm surprised you didn't say though is CARES dollars, right? I mean, if our first order of business is to understand this problem better and to come up with a plan of what we would even spend the money on if we had it, it seems like that might be an opportunity that we could investigate even before the end of the year.
I agree with that, and it is a viable use of CARES dollars, a legal use of CARES dollars to do a analysis of how our mental health systems are responding to new needs that are created by COVID. And I think the answers there will apply to a broader context, Sean, and that's actually something that we are pursuing using CARES dollars.
This is Keith. I just wanted to let you know, Cindy actually is in my office and she's been listening to the conversation, and I know that she's got thoughts and ideas. I would suggest that maybe staff get together and just have some brainstorming sessions, or at least a brainstorming session where we can utilize the information that Rick has put together, that Bruce has put together, and just start to identify some of the things that we already talked about today. And that's, someone said, I think George, piecing together where the funding might come from, identifying potential grants. I do think we have the opportunity for expanding our bandwidth on staff. And, you know, we've got some temporary personnel. I'm speaking of Alyssa, and you know, she's really good at looking at grants. We've got a recent hire, Olivia Watson. She's also very good at identifying grants. But I think we can probably start, or maybe I should say not start, continue a conversation at staff level to try to identify some options and a roadmap to move forward.
Maybe the only other comment I have, and I think it's been said in other words, Bruce, I think you mentioned the need to essentially market mental health resources. I think the first target market would be all of our law enforcement agencies and making sure that they know. And Rick, I know you said that your sheriff's office deputies have these resource lists. I think it would be great, and I would hope that that extends to the municipal police departments as well.
It does.
Okay.
You know, I've been trying to get with Cindy, but Cindy D, she's still sitting there. It's her schedule and my schedule are just, you know, we're so hit and miss. I want to get with her and Dr. Ryan and Bruce if he's available, but sit down and try to get some more short-term, mid-term, long-term plans, or at least some goals or something that, you know, some meetable goals. Because, you know, like the state thing, we ain't going to meet that goal. Well, you know, it's only what we think the state needs to do, and what the state's going to do is what the state's going to do. But, you know, we can offer up suggestions, and maybe they haven't thought of them for rural Colorado and stuff. So, but yeah, I think this doesn't need to die here. I think it needs to go on. And maybe Cindy and I and Bruce and Doc can get together and talk a little bit more about it, and maybe come back in a month or two and make another presentation to you on our findings and recommendations, and see what you guys think. You guys might tell us to no, or yeah, that sounds good, continue, but I think that would be a good place to start.
I think that,
I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Randy, real quick. I will take it upon myself to go ahead and schedule a meeting with the key players, Bruce and Rick, Tim and Cindy, et cetera, so that we can do just that. We can talk about options, put some recommendations together, look at potential funding sources, et cetera. So I will put a meeting together. And Rick, Cindy just left my office. She's headed over to talk to you.
I think it'd be a really good idea to schedule a meeting in the near future. I think the funding is important. I think the mission is as important as the funding, just as we talked about similarly on this subject earlier, on related subject earlier today. And I think seed money can be found in places like CARES funding and places like that. But what we really need is a sustainable program that solves this problem permanently, because this isn't a, you know, this is being somewhat exacerbated by our other current events, but it's really a long-term problem that's been with us for a long time, and it will require a commitment that will include long-term funding and long-term structures. And it's something that I'd certainly like to see us to continue to work on really hard, because it's a topic that comes up. And with regard to bringing back to the commissioners so they say yay or nay, I think what you've seen from all of us is that we are sincerely and enthusiastically committed to the idea of making whatever kind of change makes this work better in the future. As an example, jails don't often contribute to mental health. All they are is a last-ditch safety effort that we use because we haven't prioritized systems or found we haven't solved this puzzle to the extent that we can stop using them as last-ditch crisis holds, trying to save people's lives sometimes. And so I think it's should be a high priority for us. And I think you heard from us that we'd like to be part of making that happen. So go to work on it, and let's make sure that we've got public health back, and hopefully be back soon for another discussion.
The only thing I might add, I know you guys have had some conversations with JCMH. I just would encourage you to keep them in the loop. And Sean, I know you're on their board, and so I'm sure you can help us over on that end. And it would be nice. I don't know if they received an invite to this meeting, but I would love to have them here to hear their perspective in future meetings if they're willing to come.
Yeah, I think an earlier part of this discussion, it was brought up having a meeting with JCMH to do that. And I think that our own, like I was saying earlier, our own public health and health and human services need to be involved too, and brainstorm as much as they can with the sheriff and bring ideas.
Yeah, and Linda Eisenhardt from Gilpin is on the board as well, and I mean Casey is also. But I mean, I think it's time for us to make an ask of JCMH for something that we think is going to make things better, because I think they've been relatively responsive, at least under Kiera's leadership, and I think it's time to do that.
Any more?
Thank you guys for letting us talk to you. Appreciate it.
Thank
Yeah,
you
thank
for bringing me.
Thank you.
So with that, we have our 245, now 250 local liquor licensing authority that was continued from this morning. Continued consideration of approval of permit application report of changes for Lawson Adventure Park Resort LLC, DBA Lawson Adventure Resort. And sorry, I was a little disoriented this morning when we started this one. That was a result of those technical difficulties in jumping into the game and barely had time to get into all of it. So anyway, Nanette.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. We have Greg Books with us today. They have Lawson Adventure Park and Resort has submitted paperwork to notify us of their change in manager. Melanie Reese has left. They have a new manager. Saber Twee has taken over Melanie's duties, and under state statute, they are required by law to let us know of that change. So they have done that. They have filed their application. Saber submitted her fingerprints to us. Those were processed by the Colorado Department of Revenue. Those reports came back just fine. There's nothing in her background history that was concerning at all. So we would ask that the board approve this application so that we can get the change approved for Greg and his business.
And this is a hearing, is that correct?
Yes, yes. And Saber has just joined us if the board has any questions for her.
So first of all, do we have any comments from Greg and Saber?
I would just warn you guys that Saber just came back from an eye appointment. Her eyes are dilated. I believe her boyfriend's driving her back. So when you see her, if her eyes are big, it's that's for that reason. Saber's, I'll tell you that she's been a former servicewoman and dispatcher, so she has an impeccable record. She's TIPS trained already. She's a great asset to us. She's jumped in and kind of taken over and run with the ball from where Melanie left off. Melanie left us to join the Army a couple of months ago. So that's the reason for the change, and we're happy about it. We hope the board concurs.
Do we have any questions from the commissioners?
I just wanted to confirm, Nanette, you recommended that you don't have any reservations about this. You're recommending approval?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
My only question, is there any comment that should be noted from the public?
I was going to go to that. I was just giving you guys a shot here, but.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't calling for public. I realize that's you. I was asking if to date she had received any public comment.
I have heard nothing from the public. And we did post notice of the hearing to give everybody a chance to respond if they had any concerns.
Do we have any public comment?
There she is.
Seeing, hearing no public comment.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, there you go.
So I was trying to figure out the Zoom. Yes, sir. No comments on my part. I'm just really excited to work with Lawson on this.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
So seeing and hearing no public comment, I called for it. I'll call for it again because it was a little disjointed there. Seeing and hearing no public comment. Do we have a motion?
Is this administrative, or is it, do we need to approve the permit as a board of commissioners? Or I'm sorry, as a local liquor licensing authority?
Correct, it has to be approved.
Right, it was a public hearing, as they mentioned.
Okay. I move we approve permit application report of changes for Lawson Adventure Park and Resort LLC, DBA Lawson Adventure Resort.
All right.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
I
Excellent. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it, Commissioner.
And thank you, Greg and Saber.
That concludes our agenda, except do we have a call for an executive session today from either the commissioners or from Bob?
Not from me.
Nor from me. So with that, we're adjourned. Have a nice day.